Uh, how we doing? It's gonna be a slow day. Everyone's hungover as fuck. Um, I don't know what that's gonna mean for the market. Did I grab a serving spoon for my cereal? Oh, I did. Whatever. That's gonna be wide. Too wide for my... I'll be right back. All right. I missed you guys, and I missed the markets. We missed you too, Cobra. Yeah, I was here before 9:30. It was an accident. I thought it was already after 9:30, but whatever. All right, let's see what's going on. SPX. Looks like spot is going to be 47.58-ish. Hmm. All right. Yeah, it's 60s resistance, I think. Hmm. Ding ding. Mm. Yeah, 60 should have a little bit of resistance. If we break 60, it's really not that clear of a path to 75 right now. Maybe 70. What's up, Sisyphus? Do you happen to know GM on GME? I would like to sell spreads on it this week. Yeah, sure. I was almost gonna write the daily DD today, but I was fucking still hungover. I'm still very, very, very hungover right now. I got silly last night. Gamma Max on GME, $20.97. Delta neutral, 15.25. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Actually, that's kind of weird. What the fuck is going on there? Is that just from the expiration? Probably. Clonopin? No. I took benzos instead of drinking. No hangover. Alright. see. What's the Neo news? They got a $2.5 billion investment from some Saudi fund. What's up, Proven Crown? Neo ripping out of the gate. Already missed the entry? I don't think so, but the options aren't getting cheaper. Bob is up 2% today. Jesus Christ. Beyond got shorted into the dirt. Yeah, Jen, I'm not really sure that SRF will ever actually go down again. Noted, thanks. I mean, yeah. Dude, I think you broke Beyond. How? I mean, it's expensive, but it can keep going. It's not like uranium supply is going to magically appear out of nowhere. It's red? So what? Far more concerned with this right now. What are you doing, Tap? Hmm. Isn't Beyond on Reg Show? It's getting shorted still? There's other ways to short a stock. Being on Reg Show is not going to stop anyone from shorting it. And they really don't want to... to fill that, huh? Oh, okay. I have some Fubo calls expiring this week. Oh, hey, Dork's up. But this is a lot of shorting? That's really not, is it? It's like 200,000 volume. What you mean is the price is dropping a lot. Illiquidity swings both ways. Should just take my 40 cents. This is gonna be a Friday Groundhog Day. Right now, it looks like today's gonna be very boring. I've created a Neo spread for $1 with unlimited gains and only $200 of risk. Cool. Thank you for Super Secret Pickle's hot tub stream last night. I don't know what you're talking about. Santa Raleig's insane. We're already up a few dollars. It's far from insane. USA fired some missiles at Iran. Why no market crash? That sounds bullish as fuck, man. But Borg bearish engulfing candle 1 minute. What did you eat for Christmas? Oh man, so I got super shit faced yesterday and I made brajol, soy, garlic, Brussels sprouts, and pesto stuffed mushrooms. Nice, Nuke. Well done, man. I saw you post about the mushrooms. I'll have to try. Did I see Fontina cheese? Yeah, so I did Parmigiano Reggiano and Fontina with breadcrumbs, olive oil, and pesto. Well, not really pesto, but it was pine nuts and basil. And the olive oil and garlic. Um the problem is all the like the liquid in the mushrooms was too much and they exploded everywhere. So I probably should have salted them or something, but I was really drunk. Now, don't get me wrong, if you scooped out all the shit that exploded into the bottom of the pan and put it back in the mushroom, they were delicious. Fresh breadcrumbs, because you want them to soak up the liquid from the mushroom. If you toast them, they're not quite as good at it. Oh, you mean like? Never mind. I know what you mean. They were definitely toasted. How low can Beyond go? Um, I would say between 8 and like 630. I think there's some downside support. Yeah, at 730. So theoretically, that should be near the bottom. I mean, it could go to 0 if it went out of business. Gamma max on Mara is at 22.89. Do you still believe in the Beyond play, or is it dying off? Actually, I think it's getting better, but people are stupid. Ah. People are impatient, didn't buy Theta. People don't understand how the reg show thing works. But yeah, impatient, not enough Theta. Everyone wants it to squeeze tomorrow. And there were a couple opportunities for that, right? There were some like weekly calls that did really well. But keep it like continuing to chase that is not a good idea. The fact that Beyond ran almost 50% or a little more than 50%. I'm sorry, 102%. While on Reg Show, without falling off of Reg Show, is fucking awesome. Which means we should continue to see fail to volume ratios increase over time. Like all of that covering, and they weren't able to get it back off of Reg Show. Yeah, it's been on Reg Show a bunch of times. But intermittently. This is a very extended period. Reg Show's a fairy tale made up by squeezable yogurt. It's true. Speaking of which, guys, make sure to stop at your local Whole Foods and pick up the newest flavors of Go-Gurt. Do you guys remember Upstart? They don't. Most of them sold their Upstart at $12 after buying it at 18. But Gork, I put my life savings into Beyond shares and it's down 17 cents. We gotta bite the nose off these shorts. Just an $8 CSP on Beyond for 75 Jan 19. Guess I'll get in on this train. It's very compelling. Shout out to Dannon. Me and my homies love Dannon. Any idea why Beyond doesn't have March options? Maybe that's around the time they expect it to go out of business. You think the majority of Baba ADC on Jano I is sold or long? I have no idea. I haven't looked. Baba's up today though. It's very, very slowly recovering from its drop. tentatively. New leadership and issues in the Red Sea are probably keeping investors from piling in more aggressively, but I still like the bounce, and I still kind of like my PTs. So, ah, fuck! I forgot to short the top of SPX. Well, that's it, Dork. That was the $5 opportunity. Now it's gone. What are you in for beyond? I have some like synthetic longs. I think that's about it. No, I have some 19 calls. We're still establishing the neckline. Oh, you're going for the all-day head and shoulders? That's my least favorite kind. Beyond has expirations all the way out to Jan 16, 2026, by the way. I was wondering about that. What do you think of top? I'm a little angry that it's moving. I kind of wish it would pull back under $2. Maybe later today. Maybe never again. Oh, I don't know if it has March. It doesn't have March. It has Feb 26, April 19. There's no March options. Ew, I just scraped something off my shoe that stinks. It was my $2 top calls that got assigned. That sounds terrible. If TEP goes under 2, are you looking to get more exposure? Yeah, I want to get some exposure going into the ETF FTD period, which starts next week. Well, end of this week into next week. We're not playing options yet outside of CCs and CSPs. Would it be a terrible idea to buy shares of Beyond if I went in on the action, or is there too much risk involved in your opinion? There's a lot of risk involved. Maybe consider CSPs. At least that way you can either discount your entry or just pick up some yields. I'm not a big fan of owning the underlying. You do realize that owning the stock itself actually carries greater risk. Especially given their debt issues and stuff. I mean, they could do a share offering and you could just get obliterated. Well, yeah, I mean, leaps are just better, right? Because you spend $2 a share instead of 8. The biggest mistake I ever made with Bobby was owning shares of it. By far. I mean, it's okay. I think there's time on Beyond because I mean we just got through a period of covering, right? That was unsuccessful in clearing it from Reg Show, and so we should go through a period of shorting. Well, some shorting. I do realize that the shorting hasn't been very effective, but they are trying really hard. I don't want top to run early. Except Bobby dumped in after hours, and no one could sell their calls. No one could close their covered calls either. Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration, 4.3, soon to be 4.34 stars on Yelp if you keep it up. Beyond getting some FTD action the first week of Jan. A bit, yeah. More into January, especially as we approach Jan OPEX. Yeah, it was on Reg Show through OPEX, so that's a big period of stuffing a bunch of obligations and nowhere to put them. All that shorting just for Beyond to hit $20. I think it's more to keep Beyond below $11. All of that shorting on Beyond and most of it, you know, the majority of the volume on the short position is, you know, here and down through this period, right? So keeping Beyond below the point at which all of that all of that short positioning is underwater is pretty important. Very much like Upstart. If that short positioning goes back out of in the like in the money, that's gonna be rough. If it goes underwater, they're gonna have a big problem. I mean, that's eventually what happened on Upstart, right? Is that all of that, all of that short positioning from back here went underwater, right? It started to go underwater, and that triggered closing and squeezed the shorts out. So could be a similar situation. Could take just as long. So be prepared for that too. I would say that Beyond right now is kind of in this period, which is roughly where we started getting into Upstart. Um, so it could be a few months. You know, they're not just gonna give it up. Can you zoom in on the dates for Upstart to Ham? So this is I think this is when we first started talking about Upstart. Was back here in August of 2022. It was after these earnings and the share buyback changes that it started to become pretty compelling. And then that dragged on through May of 23. So almost a year. Although I will say that it's very likely that we're more Upstart or Beyond is more like this period where reg show inclusion started to become more common. And this was like Jan 23 to May 23. And I don't have them all marked, but Upstart went on and off reg show like a bunch more times through here as it kept getting shorted down. What are the odds of Beyond going bankrupt before the stock takes off? Decent. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of risk involved with anything like this, right? Because the shorts are right. They're just greedy. Yeah, Upstart CSPs and covered calls have way higher yields than GameStop. Good thing my time horizon is Friday. I mean, like, Beyond still has equity. They can issue shares and stuff. They could reverse split. Short of just straight up filing for bankruptcy, I think they've got some time. I mean, I don't love their I really don't love their their financials, but I do think their cash flow last quarter turned positive. Um they're still massively burdened with debt, but their revenues are pretty consistent around 100 mil, 400 mil a year, 100 mil a quarter. So I don't think they're at the point where like that, they're completely fucked, but they're not in a great position. I hate Upstart because it's unpredictable. Well, it's super illiquid, so yeah. What would you watch for to consider rolling beyond Feb calls? I don't know. Probably. I don't know if I'd roll any calls on it. I might ditch calls and then pick some up later. I think right now Beyond is getting shorted pretty hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's holding $9 really well, but it may not for long. Where are futures at on SPX? I don't know what that means. Are you asking like what the spread is? SPX is topping me then, unless your cocky call out was wrong, and then it'll just never that was just never the top. That was the top for right then. I just forgot to short it. This looks equally gross, but maybe slightly more bullish. I still think we test 75 today. Maybe. But yeah, it kind of looks like we will. I think we get some unexpected bad news and finally see a pullback. I don't know, we just shot missiles into Iran today and we're up, so. About beyond calls as hedges for my IWM puts. That's how this works, right? A little bit. How's our favorite carry trade? USD JPY is around like 142 right now. It's kind of just stable. Not a lot happening with it. They leaned into it a bit into the end of last week, but yeah, now it's kind of flat. We probably aren't going to see a ton of action on the carry trade until the Fed meeting. And if the Fed hints that there aren't going to be any rate cuts in the first half of the year, we'll probably see banks lean back into the carry trade harder, which will tighten credit conditions. Cat is one of my greatest regrets. It will never come back down. That's not necessarily true, but I bet the next time it comes down, you'll be paying attention. Someone posted a 1.2 million share DRS post. Sounds fake. One day USD JPY will catapult my port, probably in a few months. I don't think any missiles shot into Iran. It was at the rebels. Are the rebels in Iran? Will SRF ever stop going up? I hope not. How do pumpers get retail and boomers out of high yield money market accounts? They won't. I bought Cat at 159 and sold at 180. I think about it more than I should. It's okay. There's a lot of people in here who bought Upstart at 12 and sold at 20. No, there's no options on SRF. Rebels in Yemen. We already have boots on the ground. Actually, you might be able to do options on SRF in Canada. I'm not sure. I know you can't in the US because it trades on OTC. I bought at 12. I got assigned at 15. I bought Upstart at 35. Sold at 30. Parry that, casual. My saving grace on Upstart was that I was massively synthetic long at the bottom. Otherwise, yeah, I sold way, way early in the run. But I made a bunch back shorting the top, so that was cool. I remember when Upstart was getting like close to $80, and the entire Upstart channel was like acting like I was a shill because I wanted to short it. Good times. I love how crazy investors get when their stocks go up. No options on Sprott Uranium in Canada. Lame. What was I thinking? Why would Canadians ever get anything good? I was bummed I sold at 24, but I have no right to be. Imagine if McLovin had timed that right. Yeah, if he hadn't burned all of his money buying weeklies every week up until the week before it ran. Like if he'd just bought leaps at any time and waited. I usually short with puts. I sometimes I'll short the underlying, but it's far rarer. I'm not a big fan of holding short positions. Leaps are for wussies. Leaps are awesome. I don't know what you're talking about. All that money and he refused to buy Theta? It's usually how that works. He wouldn't be the first one. Remember fucking Cock Magic? Cock Magic spent like 2 apartments worth of money playing, like losing money on short dated options. A fool and his weeklies are soon parted. Weeklies are great when the stock's already doing what you want, but when the stock's not doing what you want, you might want more Theta. You guys ever been short squeezed? No, it ain't a good feeling. I can imagine not. They were like Florida apartments, I think, Gen. Like 600 grand or something like that. It was a chunk of change. Are you mixing your espresso with whiskey for your hangover? No comment. Weeklies are overrated. I make sure to buy leaps and still lose money. Are you sure that money was real? Pretty sure, yeah. He posted his positions a few times. I made a fun mixed drink yesterday where I mixed bourbon with bourbon. Oh, yeah, nice. Was it like a bourbon back? Could you hold open quant tryouts in 2024? Well, we're holding some right now. And which physical or mental events would it include? Example: Dan's off, two pickles, one cup talent show. I don't know. I'll think about it. Got some 250 Jan 19 and I might want to move up to 3. Like covered calls? Fubo's liquidity is still just weird. I mean, it's starting to get shorted a little bit more. But not enough. Alright, let's see if anything's actually changing on SPX. Getting a little more bullish there. Still targeting like 75 though. Top's the most exciting thing today. Yeah, and I really wish it wouldn't be. I wish it would calm the fuck down. Especially for next week, 24 days. Hey, look, Beyond's back at 0. Very resilient, right? That's nice. GME's up a little bit. Looks like some short basket covering. Ooh, I wonder if Neo's pressuring shit. Is Snap finally having a fucking red day? Hold on. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I trust that yet. I don't like the spread on Beyond Leaps, even though the OI is decent. I mean, you can set your order and wait for a fill. Why is everyone, I just said that they're gonna short Beyond for a while, and everyone's trying to like pile into calls now. You guys really like being underwater, huh? Never mind, it's past 10:10 a.m. Time for Beyond to be shorted into oblivion again now that they've filled their morning FTDs. Probably. Your SPX chart needs more lines. I disagree. It's got the only two that matter. Do it, Jork. Beyond does have a lot of FTDs. FTDs do not. You think J-Power regrets not initially hiking rates harder? Maybe. Yeah, they might not have ramped up fast enough. You're about to explain net settlement again? Not again, please. No, I'm not. God damn it. Any news or data? We don't have anything today, right? Case Schiller. Oh, Dallas Fed. Dallas Fed at 10:30. There's a 2-year note auction at 1. Did that happen immediately after you bought that put? Yeah, literally the next candle. Is Pickle Jar buying all the SRF? All my limit orders are getting left in the dust. I don't know. Oh shit. Top's moving. And before Gherkin has to add delay. That's alright. I'm not that worried about it. Neoplay because they announced their new car? No, they just got 2.2 billion in funding. What's the most you've ever lost on a trade? A single trade? It's like 700 and something thousand. I'm super hungover. It's painful. It's painful to keep my eyes open, move my head. It's okay, little G-Wagon. I'll be alright. Top? I mean, op's in the name, right? What's the most you've ever lost on a coin toss? I don't know. Thanks, Parzival. Were you sad after? Was that the Netflix play? I wasn't sad. I was angry. And yes, it was. So, I was at like the peak of elation going into the play, right? Because I'd made like almost 7 figures in like 4 weeks, right? And then I spent the next 6 months just being really pissed that Netflix's price wouldn't go down. It's okay. Eventually, I did short Netflix profitably. It just took a little bit longer. Time to buy alcohol brands for Q4 earnings. I'm pretty sure the entire pickle jar is hungover today. This price action is called Fuck Your Calls, Fuck Your Puts. This price action on top looks like a short squeeze. Holy shit. Those just went up a lot. Oh no, Tup is about to go to 1 billion. Well, I don't know about that. I will say though, if it breaks 250, shit might get wild. There's 12,000 calls at $3. Sold half my Tup calls last week. Ask me anything. My son was asking me what a reasonable daily return target is on trading once you're doing it professionally. I really had no idea. He mentioned 1%. Doable or unlikely? It's doable up to a certain point. You can do like 2 to 5% returns a day until your account gets too big. It's like 7.2k volume on the Jan 250 strike today. Yep. What's too big? Over a quarter mil, half a mil, it starts to get a lot harder. You have to take on shitloads of risk at that point. I will not play Tup. I will not play Tup. I will not play Tup. I don't know. Why are you doing this to yourself? Hmm. Okay. Put selling, call buying. Still just buying the 75 and the 70. Alright, that's not important. Tup looks more like top. Very well could be a Gamma Max. Although, I will say that there's a lot more covering on Tup that needs to be done. Like, a lot more. Tup is illiquid as fuck right now. It hasn't even crossed over yet. Top price target? I don't know. The fucking runs out of options chain above $3, but more call buyers could come in. There's been 7.2k volume on the 250 strike today. Is Tup about to be added to the S&P? No, they didn't even file earnings last quarter. Sure, so then you just section off some cash to keep that 2 to 5% going and put the rest in safer spots. There you go, Jen. Now you got it. And then you just keep doing that over and over and over and over again. 7.6K now. Bullish. Tup is on a mission to Mars. It's doing something, that's for sure. Mag 7 about to become the Mag 8. Do I buy the top on top? I certainly hope so. When have you not bought the top of something, Popcorn? Safer, same like SRF. What's wrong with SRF? Why is everyone so upset about SRF? I gave the play to everybody at $10. It's a 21.33 now. I bought at 10 and sold at 13. Well, that's your fault. I said 3 to 5 years. I'm upset I didn't buy more. Swear to God, no one reads the fucking DD. Like you guys just read the DD up to the point where it's like the title of the stock. Is there any chance Tup will go bankrupt? Oh yeah. I did read it, but I trust no positive price action. I entered SRF at 17 and wait for a pullback to buy more, but it only goes up. Yeah, that's kind of what SRF does, right? If given the it has reflexive pricing based on the spot price of uranium. It also drives up the spot price of uranium. I went into SRF hard at the bottom, up a load, loving it. Cheers, Pickle Man. Nice, dude. SRF will eventually decay. Yeah, but in like 159,000 to like 4.5 billion years, right? So conservative price target for Neo? I really don't know. Their valuation should go up. Their books are far better balanced after the $2.2 billion investment. Everybody's complaining about SRF, but UGI has been popping. Uranium's just been going up. It's kind of across the board. Do you think SPX grinds up or tops at 47.70? I think 47.70 could be a top. We could break above it potentially, but I think we'd get rejected first and then maybe try to push above. So like I still think like a drop back below here is likely. Despite all of this kind of weirdly aggressive price action. I'm just waiting on a callback from Top. I should be bankrupt within a year. Good to know, Boston Consulting Group. On Neo, I sold at 850, 1050 instead of 810 since we opened higher. Okay. Yeah, moving them's fine. I mean, that way you're still getting the same amount of premium, slightly more risk, obviously. That's why I'm not in SRF. Zero chance of bankruptcy. Yuck. Any position changes are still stuck between 50 75. It still looks like we're stuck between 50 and 75. Resistance is at 70. Gambled 100 on top, right at the top. Top. Ha. Every time SPX slowly climbs like this, I get Wednesday rug pull flashbacks. Hmm. Yeah, that's a possibility. SRF has cool dynamics. Yeah, it does. Dropped 65. Could we test 60? On a failure? Yeah, we could test 60. 60, 65 are roughly the same amount of resistance. So I would say that 60 is probably a little more likely there. Although they bought the last like failure, so that maybe it just retest 65. Nice, Sisyphus. Oh shit, yeah. BATF looks interesting. It's chasey. Jimmy stay in the 16-17 range, or you think they'll start shorting it soon? They've done some shorting already. It just hasn't broken down through delta neutral yet. But I think delta neutral's at like 1550 now, so it's getting a lot closer to the money. It usually takes a little while to break down after a bigger run. A few weeks. Stocks for fantasy football style draft? What round would you pick AMC in? I wouldn't. That's on Feb 460p SPY. Mm, I don't hate it. TD is only allowing closing orders on SRAF. I'm curious. Well, maybe there's no shares left? What did you say ETF FTDs were for Tupperware? I didn't, but I could tell you if you give me a second. So 144,000 today, 100,000 tomorrow, 100,000 the next day, and then 608,000 on the 28th. There's fails in the underlying 700, or I'm sorry, 57,000 fails in the underlying today as well, which is one of the higher fail to volume ratio days. And that's from November 21st. That's, well, 20th. The T35 dates today, though. I'm far less interested in the ETF FTDs than I am in the fact that these tips are about to cross over. Yeah, historically, it's really illiquid. Here was kind of close. Hmm. I'm not gonna get really good leverage on a short vol there. Hmm. Ooh, my put. This is the moment I've been waiting for, Dirk. Can TUP keep going up despite having Popcorn Trader on the long side of the trade? Believe it or not, maybe. Can we fill that gap? Whoa. That's a bit much. How does TUP's price action affect Neo? It shouldn't. Like at all. Burning all my Rubbermaid containers in the fire and buying Tupperware. That's not really good from an inhalation standpoint. You might. Don't do that. Is Beyond dead? No. I buy a put, I sell it, buy a call, because we're supposed to test 47, 75, 80. And now we drop. No, we're not supposed to test 75, 80. Resistance was at 70. That's why I've been sitting on this fucking 47.65 put for like an hour. What's the other stock you didn't want to tell us about? Oh, I still don't want to tell you about it. I almost did last night, though. I was kind of drunk. It's not. Why would it be Target? It's not Target. What top price for VUP song? $3? And then if it actually hits $3, I'm not playing any songs because I want it to keep going. Gherkin about to use the pickle jar as exit liquidity once again. Shill. How? I didn't even tell you guys what the stock is. It's not Funko. Jesus Christ. Target barely has a game section anymore. What's keeping Jimmy alive? Cohen's gonna take their money and invest in actually successful businesses. Maybe. Bullish on banks for next year. I was kind of bullish on banks this year. I bought a lot of preferred stock. It's not Neo. I would have said it. Why would it be Neo? I'm back from my sister's place in Long Island. I've hired a private investigator. To what end? Is it a stock we've heard of? I don't know. Maybe? Probably. Fucking, this is getting lit. Neo, because it's getting traction on Twitter again, and you're now an influencer. I just want to say that I technically picked Neo last week, even though I backed out of it early. It's not ExxonMobil. I don't know. You tell me what end it should be. That's not a nice way to talk about your sister, Rims and Tims. I know what the mystery stock is. It's Re. No, it's not. Why do you guys think I'm going to tell you if you guess? It's okay. Once me and the rest of the quants have established significant positions, I'll write a DD on it. Plot twist, it's GameStop. No, it's definitely not Party City. The rich get richer. Is there a Timothy price on top around 269? What? I'll ask my sister what the stock is. I hear you do pillow talk. Not about stocks. Oh wait, you think oh that's no, I'm not Rims. No, it's not Rite Aid. God damn. Did I get stopped out of my fucking put? Son of a bitch. I gotta buy another one. Top's getting kind of weird. This is a terrible time to buy DDS. What's your drink of choice, Mr. Hangover? I'm having a prime energy drink. It's got coconut water in it and vodka. I just sold 10 119 Beyond 850 puts for $1 each. What would you have done differently on X-ray strike or cost? Thanks for helping us special needs option students. It doesn't seem like too bad. It's a decent yield. Dirk told me the stack. Not really, but I wanted him in pretend trouble. He would never say anything. We've already discussed it at length. I know better. Are you avoiding a hangover by never stopping drinking? Kind of, yeah. Fubu tips doing anything? Nope. Nope. Fubu couldn't look less interesting. You said at the end of the distribution periods, things get volatile. Do you think that last week is a sign of that? Could be, yeah. Uh, Tricky. Uh, Gamma Max relevant on Neo? Pretty far out of the money, I think. Gamma Max is at like 1233 right now. Expecting more downs? Yeah, I expect this to fail. Ben, welcome back to Zillionaire. New card. Alright. Boom. Song. Thanks, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you want what you eat, to make Gherkin the go. And then you read the DD.
As the X of loser one bear flag.
The moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
No Santa rally today? I don't think there is any Santa rally, but what's NQ doing? Fucking stop loss hunts are nuts. Still a lot of interest at 75. No change there. Okay. Huh. SPX Gamma Max is like 480, 4890 something. It's way the fuck out of the money. Are we going to turn into a newsletter or advising firm? I like to know ahead of time to get in on the ground floor. It'll take me a few years to scrape together decent capital to invest with. Never a newsletter, but maybe other stuff down the road. We'll see. You say top $3? Is that a today thing? It could, potentially. I mean, I do pickles picks. Those are effectively a newsletter. They push VIX one day below RVOL again? I have no idea. That's possible. $30-day realized vol is 9.8. Implied is 13.6, but realized vol is picking up, which means that's going to push implied volatility up. Why is it so hard to be a bear? I don't know. Stocks go up. All right, noted, Gen. I'm already manifesting it, dork. Have you seen how expensive out-of-the-money calls are versus puts? It's crazy. Yeah. It's more ridiculous if you go further out. The market's not crashing, but we did reject after that stupid fucking bounce. It didn't have a lot of legs. 2-year potentially fun today? Maybe, yeah, 1 o'clock. A leap's relatively safe as long as I understand my risk and set stops. I feel like I should go get approved to play leaps. Leave the more risky strategies for when I've had more practice. They can be, yeah. If your thesis on the underlying is correct, they can be pretty easy to manage. Well, we're definitely filling that gap. Although I'll be honest, I'd like to see this breakdown. I don't think we break down that much, but like 63 or maybe test 60. Like 65's got some decent support, right? But I think we could test the opposite end of the range at 60. We're still range bound. Don't think anything like major has shifted yet, because it hasn't. But a breakdown of this like megaphoning is kind of bearish, so we might get like a little more volume on it. That would be like a test of the lower trend on ES, roughly. So like there. But it might just find support on this, which wouldn't be much of a move at all. That's what I'd be looking for, and then another bounce. Do you have a tighter stop here? Probably. Their ability to catch knives never ceases to amaze me. Why is 4765 a fortress? It's just a support. Best I can do is chop at 4765 all week. That's kind of what this is looking like. Even if you go out to the longer dated positioning, it looks like that. Like range bound between 4750 75 for the rest of the week would not surprise me. Tups made a Head and Shoulders. Ooh, gap up. That's not healthy. I mean, $17 off of SPX. I think I'm out. It's because we haven't had a hot tub stream predictions. The market has never been this uninformed of what to do. That must be it. It has nothing to do with the fact that all the asset managers are still drunk on the floors of their kitchen in Long Island right now. None of them beat traffic into the city today. I don't know, 4770's a pretty solid wall to the upside, Lawrence. This is starting to fail a little bit. Oh, I've done it. I've put my eggs in the correct basket. You shut your dirty whore mouth, Popcorn. Search your heart. I mean, I know it's there, but I don't want to believe in it. They did that thing again where they fucking tried to gap up the next candle. This might keep failing, actually. Now, if only there were other buyers, except there aren't. Fuck off, bulls. Yes, capitulate. Who killed top with excessive price targets? Jan 19 Zom 105 calls free money. No? Free money? There's no such thing as free money. Cheap money, maybe. We need another Grinch pinch. I don't know if we get any of those this week. This week might not be that interesting. It's such a perfect rejection setup on ES, too. If it would just get some fucking volume. God damn it. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop playing. I don't want to get fucking chopped out again. Ugh. And the buy the dip isn't all that successful either. How about short the fucking top? It's too much vol to short. There's not a lot of vol at all. What are you talking? Vol's at like 13.5. There's barely any vol. I'll see where that lands. Maybe I'll short it again at the top. Way too much. There's enough vol to short to kill momentum, but fucking. Let's close this. Hmm. Fuck. God, that's so annoying. Alright, at least I'm out of that. Do you want to add Neo $10 calls? It's not yet. I don't know. It's starting to break back up from the head and shoulders on top. Did you sell out of your spreads or buy more? Affirm? Let me look. I know I haven't fucked with it today. I have 50-52 spreads open for Jan. And then if it drops a bit more, maybe back under 49, I might sell some more of them. No problem. You want some theta. It is the run is starting to die out, but you definitely want a little bit of theta. I think FTX new all-time highest possible this week. Not really. I kind of think all of this looks pretty bearish. I really don't. I really don't see the upside here. I mean, most of their effort today is just trying to test 75 again. I guess they might get some advantage off of the low IV this week. But I think there's still some data that can swing shit unfavorably. We have a 2-year auction. And then we have a 5-year auction tomorrow. We got Red Book tomorrow. Fed services for Richmond and Dallas. Thursday we get wholesale and retail inventories and pending home sales. And then Friday we get Chicago PMI. Do we have the net activity index at some point this week too? Oh, that was this morning. 0.03. That was a bit of an improvement. Although it could get revised back down again. Hmm. Yeah, not much today besides the 2-year note at 1 o'clock. And I don't think that's going to be that important. Sub 65 looking pretty far away right now. Can we actually break down from that, or are we stuck here? We could. They're defending it, obviously, but I don't know to what end besides just preventing a breakdown at 65. Top covering T6, weird. It's not really T6 from anything. I would say that Tup's covering cycles are slightly erratic anyway, but T6 would be like ETF related, which kind of lines up with the shorting, although it's a little more than T6 if you go out. Because they started shorting again on the 8th. Well, they started shorting in the ETFs again on the 8th. Which puts us like 11 trading days out. I think we're just starting to get into the ETF covering period for early Jan. Tesla puts not above 250. Maybe under 250 they're worth it. Even then, like, it's still, Tesla still looks better below 230. I'm not sure the upside looks all that good here though. 256 is a pretty strong resistance. Jimmy just gonna keep edging down here week after week. That's how it goes. No, eventually they'll just start actually shorting the fuck out of it. Once it gets under delta neutral, the price will start dropping a lot harder. Does it apply to all stocks indexes? No. But it definitely applies a bit to things like top and beyond. GME. Anything where they need to use liquidity from ETFs during the OPEX period. During the prior OPEX period. PRCH. Here, I can take a look. It's had quite a nice run. Seems to be pretty consistent. A vertical software platform provides solutions to home service companies. Okay. So probably just because their housing sector exposed and their last earnings wasn't so bad, it's picking up a bit of interest. I would say if I was going to buy it for a long-term hold, I would wait. Do you take profits out of your trading account somewhere else regularly? What percentage and how often? Depends on the account. I either draw them down monthly or quarterly, or if they're in excess of their limit. So whatever limit I've imposed on that account. But yeah, like monthly or quarterly. Most of my accounts I have pretty strict limits on. Some not so much, but like my larger options account, I'll withdraw from it anytime it exceeds like 25%. Even if that happens sooner than monthly or quarterly. Otherwise, every month or every quarter, any excess gets pulled out. And then yeah, I usually take that money and put it into like longer term holds, stuff like that. treasury ladders. No problem. My main trading account doesn't hit 25% every 2 weeks. That's ridiculous. Do you know what GM is on top? No. I mean, it's probably like $2 or $2.50. It's going to be wherever the highest concentration of options interest is. Simply because there's not very many strikes open to the downside, right? So there's no actual neutral range. Like Gamma Max will just be concentrated around whatever the highest like strike with a lot of interest is. I think there's only like 5 strikes to the downside. So it's not a very good measure on stocks that are that cheap. That's kind of useless. No, it's not every week either. That'd be fucking insane. I'd be a billionaire already. You're also forgetting hedging is not cheap. and it greatly diminishes returns. Whose VIX call YOLOs we're printing? You're right, that's why I don't do it. I can't acquire GameStop. Not even close. I also wouldn't want to. Yeah, sorry. Just so you know, this gap up to test 70 probably won't last long. Do you have a high yield saving? I don't have any savings accounts. I have a checking account, but I have like I have an account specifically that funds like my bills and stuff. How much Cardano? I mean, relatively not a lot, but way too much. Beyond below 9, does that matter? I mean, it's not great, but I mean, I don't think beyond matters for a couple weeks right now. Actually, I have 2 accounts that fund my cost of living. So I have one that's just like one specific theta strategy that's sold off of a box spread. So it's kind of like levered up and then yields. And then I have dividends. Everything that's not on drip. And that's like that comes in like every month or every quarter depending on the stock. But this is like 5% on, it's like 5% on 500K every 30 days. Well, it's like 3 to 5% if I get a drawdown. And then this, I have no idea. It varies. The fuck is IEP? Are you talking about Icons shit? He's just old, man. He's fucking old, and the stocks they own are kind of irrelevant. Okay, boomer. I mean, I've got to have money and shit that I don't have to manage. And dividend stocks are perfect for that. SCX coming down. We hit 47.70. Yeah, but maybe just back down to like 47.65. Hmm. 5% of 500k is cool, but I'm getting $20 a day on a 30k position, so take that. I mean, that's all right. The boomer insults roll right off giant piles of money. Well, those are the only positions I have that I'm not like actively compounding. Everything else compounds. Or gets moved to things that do compound. That's on housing prices up for 9 months straight. The current readings of inflation are not accurate. I know everyone wants to believe that inflation is coming down, but it's really just flat. And we discounted healthcare costs for the last quarter of 2023. Gave my parents the 2K massage chair. You said not to get them. Nice. And how do they feel about it? Oil's up 3% today, which is fun. We live out here. We know inflation isn't going down. Can I get a crane job? Do they need to see my Lego portfolio to judge my brick stacking? You wanna operate a crane? I don't know how you get that. I don't know how my friend got that fucking job. I mean, don't graduate high school, go to like that trade school for kids that commit crimes too young, and then apply to a union, I guess. That's what he did. Oh, I did life all wrong then? Yeah. What's the proper age to commit crimes? Below the level of adult prosecution. So under 16, depending on your state. What's up, popcorn? Went down. I mean, for like the next 30 minutes, but also probably not like down a lot. 45 minutes? 45 minutes. Or commit crimes that have fines and make more money. Those aren't crimes. Those are things just poor people aren't allowed to do. Fucking ad blocked me from hearing your answer, and I'm sure it was excellent. I don't even remember what the question was. Can I commit crimes of financial passion? No, probably not. Fingoth. I don't talk to dates about compounding gains, Maeve. Also, I would never say that to somebody. That's rude. That's how you get slapped. So tired. COVID for Christmas was super lame. That's what happens when you breed little disease vectors. Can Tup save my port? Probably not. Have you ever been with a girl that wants to be slapped, but like way harder than you're comfortable with? Yes. How do you deal with that? I don't think there's a right answer. It is terrifying. I ended things? Yeah, that's what I've done in the past too. Or ghosted them. My fiance's like that. I still haven't figured it out. I was the lady that wanted to be choked. She ended up unconscious once, and the moment made me rethink my life. Quickly. Very quickly. What do you talk about with girls on your dates? I just listen. I'm a great listener. I try to say as little about myself as possible. I have enough Visa gift cards for access to keep Dillionaire for the next 5 years. Long live Pickle Man. Fucking A, Washington beef. That's the kind of loyalty I appreciate. This just means you need to get it in writing beforehand. Yeah, I don't know. Nice. Does that work? So far. Although, I've intentionally put myself in a position where the odds are in my favor. He's got to make sure they're not after his money when he rolls up in the Cybertruck. Can we get a Boomer Pickles Pick channel for dividends and compounding gains? That's what the value investment channel's for. Well, I'm a Centaur YouTuber isn't the greatest conversation topic. So I tried the like YouTuber finfluencer thing on Tinder. Very successful. However, the people that you attract, not so great. Pick 6 cards. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Hey, man, we got that drop all the way down to 47.68. All right, I don't know what you wanted. Would you say having a $4 price target for top in the next 3 weeks is reasonable, or am I being completely unrealistic? That sounds insane. Like you have mental problems. It already hit 230, which is unbelievable. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Most of the options interest right now is concentrated around like $2.50. So unless a lot more interest comes in, it'll just depend on how much covering needs to be done. So you do no. I didn't admit to being a stock trader, and the biggest problem with that was like they didn't want to. They wanted to like see my channel, and I didn't want to show them that because I'm embarrassed by all of you, frankly. But beyond not in play for a few weeks, I don't think so. I mean, they've got a pretty good handle on the short right now. No problem, Jen. I mean, I'm just being honest. But then also, like, you don't want randos finding out that you trade stocks. Worse yet, you never want randos to think you're okay or good at trading stocks because they will never leave you the fuck alone. They'll be like, "Oh, I want to invest in this. What do you think of it?" You didn't mean it. Okay. Or they'll straight up ask to invest their money. Yep, that's another one. The worst is actually people with a lot of money because they're always looking for places to like stick money, and they'll be like, "Well, I'll give you like 2 million, and if you do a good job managing it, you can." I'm like, I don't want to fucking manage your money. They're like, why not? It's just more money. Don't you want the leverage? And they get really pissy when you tell them no. Then you just suggest super out of the money debit spreads and say this can 20x, and they leave you alone. Speaking of out of the money debit spreads, I had a buddy who made 35K on Tesla in 2020 and made the mistake of bragging to everyone, who then flooded him with requests to manage their money on the down low. Yeah, but this is like a very tight group of randos that have managed to find me through the shadow banning, right? You should tell them about Pontiff. I could probably get them to pay it. If I said right now that Pontiff came with a year of port management, I'd probably get a few people to sign up. It doesn't, by the way, just so everyone knows. Rut 2000 1900s for March 24th. First of all, I would never put my money anywhere near Rut, Lily. All right. Ever. It's 200 190s on IWM. After JPass sucks all the breath out of the market like a vampire. What do you think about PayPal? You know, it's almost cheap enough that it's worth buying. I don't know if that's a compliment for the company, but I regret not putting all my money in commodities. That's what Sisyphus did, and he's still not managed to make any money. I wouldn't even want you to look at my boards. What's your cash and margin account at? I think they're like well, I don't know what the cash account's at right now. It's like 3,800 something, and the margin account's at like 56. maybe? Which is pretty good, given that 3 weeks ago they were both down to $200. Just saying. They haven't died yet, which I'm more impressed with than the fact that they haven't actually grown. That means when I do pay attention to them, I'm able to grow them. And then, yeah, I kind of just forget. Why do you know why there's so many... Do you know why there's so many gold standard dips? No. I think most people that have money don't... Hey, I'm up 20%. Oh, okay. Never mind. 200 to 3,800? Yeah, yeah. Does Pontiff finally unlock Pickle's Pickle Pick? That's worth 250k minimum. So no, but if you want me to and are willing to sign disclosures, I'll show it to you in person. No, not 38k. Will you manage my $200? I'd prefer not to. My biggest problem is a lot of the times like the WeBull accounts reflect my actual accounts, and something will happen, and I'm like and I fucking just go manage my actual account, and just let the shit in the WeBull account blow up. I'm trying harder not to do that, but it's distracting. It's hard to keep my eyes on that much shit at once. Also, PDT. PDT is cancer. I know how to beat it, but I don't want to trade like that. Need more monitors? No, I have 3, and that's already probably... I have 2, and 1 I don't use. Is Ford a good boomer stock? I don't like it. We have the new 57-inch Samsung 4K monitor. It's glorious. Is that the curvy one? Okay, so I really want to get one of those. Like, I just want a giant fucking, like, 60-inch monitor above my desk with the little remote control adjustment thing. And then, I just want to put TradingView on that. Although, I don't know if I can get used to looking up at it all the time. I don't like the ultra wides though, because so many things don't display on them correctly. Why not just get a TV at that size? Oh, because input lag. Gross. TVs are garbage, okay? It's either commercial monitors or computer monitors. Like commercial displays or computer monitors. I have 2 27-inch monitors and then a 27-inch vertical monitor. CRT for the win. I mean, yeah. How's Neo looking? Fine? Is SPX ever going down or what? Listen, it's $2 less than it was when I said it's done topping out. So that was, I think that might have been the entirety of the move, actually. I have 2 monitors plugged into my monitor, my work and gaming trading PC. The monitor has a mode to turn 1/3 of it one PC 2/3 of it the other. That's why I'm always here. Okay, interesting. Repeated Friday with VIX pounding and gamma instability. Yeah, they're really shorting the fuck out of vol right now. It makes me think they're setting up for something bigger into the latter half of the week, but I'm also kind of just convinced that they're just trying to short VIX. Like I think that's all they care about now. I don't think they care about price improvement, and their positioning doesn't really look like they're trying to, like anybody's trying to push the upside, right? It just seems like they want to keep vol under control at all costs. Yeah, I ate non-cheesecake because it was feast day. Congratulations, Sisyphus. The 4K TVs make great monitors for trading view. Don't be a fool. If you find me a 4K TV with 1 millisecond of input lag, then we can talk. And OLEDs are like 7 to 14 milliseconds, which is dog shit. Was Tup doing a Head and Shoulders? It did one of those earlier. Why do you need 1 millisecond of input lag for trading view? Because I need 1 millisecond of input lag for everything. It's a similar tumbler. Yours says Snowflake on it. Mine's Hydro Flask. Gotta get frame perfect entry. You know it. I don't know. I'll blame Street Fighter. Years of playing Street Fighter has made me overly sensitive to input lag. Why don't you ever recognize that the good old days were all Head and Shoulders? I don't play speed running at anything. Counter-Strike did it for me. Yeah, that'll do it. I'll post my monitor set up to SAX channel later and make you all jelly. No one's gonna be jealous of your monitor setup. What do you have, 90 of them? That just gets distracting. The best way to play Street Fighter is by disassembling your PC and using probes attached to the BIOS to minimize input lag. You're not wrong. Most TVs have VA panels, which are slowest. Many of us are using IPS, with lag as short as 0.5 to 3. Oh, I won't be. I won't be jelly. I fucking hate setups with like 50 monitors. Like, how do you even look at that? Like, those people who have like 90 fucking charts up. Have you ever seen like a brokerage trader or like a bank trading station? They have like 30 fucking monitors on their desk. I have 3 monitors. Okay, that's actually perfect. Are they all curved and side by side? No one ever looks at them. They're just trading one of those screens at any given time. I have 3 monitors. I don't even use the other one. It just sits there. Okay, so I am jealous of the TV overhead. I do want that. It's the only thing I don't like is flipping back and forth between TradingView and brokerages. Do you hear there's a 90% chance of rate cuts in Q1 next year? Yeah. I can't wait for JPAL to kick that in the balls. The third monitor has an image of my ween wearing a little Robin Hood outfit. Actually, today it's Little Red Riding Hood. The one with the little red cape and the basket. Yeah, yeah. I went with that one today. It seemed more fitting. What do you think about Vortex? Absolute fucking waste of money. A little red creation basket. It's full of XRT shares. When you sign up for Dorks OnlyFans, you really get custom content. I waited all weekend for $2 of price action all day. Yeah, that's why I stopped trading it. Make it at this point a test of 4763 would be a crash. VIX is just flatlined. It's dead. VIX is dead. Its heartbeat stopped. I'm sorry, guys. Rip VIX. It had a good run telling us what the volatility of 23 to 30 day SPX contracts look like for the last 13 years, and now it has expired. Oh shit, we broke 70. Hold on, this changes everything. No, it doesn't. Never mind. I lied. Nothing's changed. Yeah, but in like an hour to an hour and a half, we might break down to 4766. Neo Vuppies. Oh, cool. Yeah, this seems like a decent play. I like it. YouTube really working on that revenue. Unskippable ads. Oh, see, that was the one thing I thought I had control over. Still an entry on Neo here? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Why not? It's up a bit. It ran a lot overnight. It's up like 10%. Last week was obviously better, but it's not terrible. I still think it's got a lot of range. I'm targeting like 980 and then 1233. But I think this could move up more with theta. Well, it's gonna take some time, but yeah, they got like 2.2 billion in cash on a preferred insider buy of like 20%. So a preferred stock purchase of 20% of $2.2 billion. I think it was like 750,000 shares. It was like 20% ownership of the company. And that puts their liquid cash at like 5.5 billion, which solves most of their balance sheet issues. I think it ended up being like 750 a share or something like that. But I think it was preferred stock. So I don't think it affects the total float. Anyway, and their last earnings was pretty good. Revenues moved back up towards positive. They've been getting a lot of publicity on their newer vehicles, so imagine not paying 30 cents a day for YouTube Premium and no ads. People budget differently. Thanks for making my tep calls on Friday. Nice, man. So you think IV blows out back to like 1350 and then they short it down to 13 into the end of the day? Yeah, maybe we don't even get that much movement. Is 70 now support for the next hour? No. I don't think 70 is a very important level, actually. It's probably still more resistance than it is support. Or at least resistance below 70 if we fall back below it. There's like a ton of top 250Cs. Or someone's buying a ton of them. I would say someone's buying a ton of them, given that the IV on the strike has been moving up pretty regularly. They've not been successful in crushing the IV on the strike, which is more like what you would be seeing if those were all sold. Yeah, I would say that there's a very good chance that top runs similarly to the two prior runs, although I don't know to what extent, right? A lot of it is going to be short covering, and I mean, I don't know how much of that there is. How to buy AMKBY on IBKR? It won't let me. Do you have OTC stock trading turned on? Sometimes I know Schwab and Fidelity make you like sign a waiver. Mullen is a pile of shit. I hate that stock. Is it just a toggle? I mean, I think so. I didn't know IBKR blocked OTC purchases. Oh yeah, you have to add US penny stock permissions. So just call them. Do you get granular FTD data? Be more specific. Which investment analysis tool would be most helpful for a beginner? You mean like value analysis, or also be more specific? My liquidity charts do indicate that the short position is larger than the prior moves. But remember, you know, with short covering, that there's a lot of netting going on, right? So that might just mean that there's more volume. That doesn't necessarily mean there'll be more price improvement than prior moves. Zimajewski scores for determining how viable of a bankruptcy candidate the company is. Is AMKBY at a good entry price? I see there's no options. I'm about to sell all of my AMKBY. It looks like I've sold most of it today already. You guys, I don't know why you're in on that one. Yeah, I've sold 82,000 shares so far. And I have a limit sell at 920 for the rest. I'm like most of the volume today. I do like it for a long-term buy and hold, but it ran up way too hard, way too fast. I still expect like economic contraction to lower the price, but I'd be looking to buy in at like $7 or $6 if I'm gonna buy a new position. Yeah, I'll buy back in if it goes back down to like $7 or $6. But my whole position was up like 20% in a few days, so I was just gonna take advantage of it. They've been covering on top all day, stocks. What the fuck do you think's been driving the price up? The 2 o'clock, the 2-year auction could have some effect, although probably less important than the 5 tomorrow. No, I closed all the fixie positions. I still have yen futures, but fixie I closed because I think if JPOW is hawkish on cuts in the first half of 2024, that banks are going to lean back into the carry trade. Which it'll be bearish for equities. It'll tighten financial conditions for like a few months, but it will also be bearish for yen if they do. There is no source other than the SEC for FTD data. I mean, there are, but you're not going to get access to them. Technical real-time analysis. I don't know. Best overall. I mean, for value, learn DCF and learn like more modernized like DCF models. I can't remember his name. There's a pretty good YouTube, and I think he has a YouTube channel. If he doesn't, he has courses. He's a NYU professor. I just can't think of his name off the top of my head. But he has some pretty good DCF models. Demorden, yeah. Oswath, yeah. So him, and then but learn DCF. I'd say that's most important, probably most important initially for valuations. I can't remember his name. Aswath Damodaren. He has I don't know if he has videos, but I know there's like a template you can use. His DCF model is a little bit better for tech and more modern valuations. Although you can use the same valuation approaches as Graham, I just wouldn't use them on anything that's like tech focused. So like I wouldn't use it as like on electronics or software as a service or communications. But outside of those industries, you can use like Graham's models. Like if you're gonna look at like manufacturing or commodities or mining, production, consumer staples. He does have a YouTube. Okay, yeah, his course is solid for valuations. Just don't get caught up in it. Value investors are shitheads. I find that people like to pigeonhole themselves with investing approaches. Don't do that. It's a losing game. Having a good understanding of how to value a company is just as important for trading as it is for, buy and hold. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Siri. I still haven't looked at their merger documentation. Price keeps improving. It's bullish. The Bulls can't get a win today either. It's neither side is winning here. As a bull, I'm going to point out that a failure of breaking up at this point is bad. It's not even testing December 20th high. It's hitting 22 resistance and dying. Yeah, you're right. It's super bearish on like the longer time frames. To fail to test the all-time high is really really a bad look. Worse yet, we're getting lower and lower tests since our most recent high, which is also not great. This is topping behavior. And it's distributive, which is, yeah. From a technical perspective, none of this is very bullish. It's not super bearish yet, though. It's just not very bullish. I'm winning. I sold the bulls their calls. Nice. That's my favorite thing to do. What software do you think offers the best real-time analysis overall? Do you use TradingView? I mean, yeah, but it doesn't offer analysis. There's no software that does analysis for you. Not really. Not well. Oh, Piggleman, I've never made this much money on Boxing Day. I'd like to throw my name in the hat for today's winners. What are you winning on? With how much inflation we've packed into this bad boy, we're trading 49% below 2020 highs. So, if you took this as a call to buy long-dated SPY puts, how far out would you go? More than 45 days. Maybe like 45 or 60 days, rotate at 30. April 360 puts. I mean, risky though. So far out of the money. Like, I love those, but people mismanage the fuck out of them. I could never imagine I could make money buying and selling Tupperware. I mean, probably not a lot of money, though. Like, Tup's fun, but it's not gonna, like... Well, it could, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to say it will. I mean, TradingView is very good charting software, but it's not gonna do your analysis for you. I really don't think you're gonna ever find anything that does analysis for you. Most market data, and this is a problem that me and like the rest of the guys really have with a lot of the like public services that are offered to investors, is they charge a lot of money, but none of the data they offer is actionable. There's just like different ways of regurgitating market data for people to make them like feel like they're getting important information, but they're really not. It's kind of shitty. I get my FTD data from the SEC the same as everyone else. Here's looking at you, Spot Gamma. Spot Gamma's most useful indicator should be, like, it should just be free. Like, Hero. Vox is arguably the most useless shit I've ever seen someone pay for. It's like, oh, here's volatility weighted fucking dealer gamma exposure. And we're going to operate under the assumption that anytime gamma's negative, things are squeezing down. Fucking get the fuck out of here. We're going to package it in a black box and say we've back tested it. Oh, man. Don't get me started, Grim 2. Yeah, Tup's moving again a little. Weren't you guys considering making your own platform? Yeah. Speaking like somebody who's never paid to have their order book codes deciphered for them. We'll see. That's still like a work in progress. I legit bought calls on top on Friday, and they're 2.2x. I picked up some $2 calls on Friday, but not nearly enough. I should have gotten way more. With the market this boring, I need a little entertainment. Fair. If your own platform is serious, hit me up if you need someone with a lot of experience in high performance API platforms. I'll let you know. We're looking for someone right now to work on like front end stuff. We're doing some interviews. I took 50% gains on my top calls about a couple weeks ago. How far do those FT? Top doesn't actually have a lot of FTDs. It's just way over shorted. Their clearing doesn't seem to be an issue. I would say probably because there's not a lot of alternate sources of liquidity. There's really no ETFs, right? Because of the near bankruptcy shit, so it got just dropped from the majority of the ETFs it was in. I mean, you can lean on the market maker, but to what end? There's not that much liquidity, right? Speaking of front end, I DM'd you back. Send me another one in case if I didn't get back in touch with you and you DM me about that. Reach back out again because I got just a flood all at once. I'm just gonna keep it as an internal pickle jar thing or make a business case out of it. Probably just internal. I don't know for now. What we kind of want to do is we want to build something out that is actionable for investors. And that's hard, right? It requires back testing and the right data sets. But then ideally use that to pivot into better data. So use that as like a platform to pivot into better data. Would you say Neo is undervalued fundamentally or already overvalued? I would say as of last Friday, it may have been slightly overvalued, but now is no longer after they picked up $2.5 billion. Tup isn't going to 5K. 90% of replies were probably us messing with you. No, most of the people that reached out were pretty serious. I fucking hate everything about that, dork. Oh, okay. I see your message. I saw yours, Rabbit. It's super exciting news, though. It'd be a great place to help the rest of us build our own research practices without paying an arm and a leg for data we can't use. That's kind of the idea. Uh, I don't know. We're still hashing a lot of things out, but I know we want to get a beta up and running like in the first quarter of 2024, and then we'll see where it goes from there. It's not something we really want to push out publicly because the traffic would be more than we could handle. But maybe later. Plot twist: Pickle Financial will charge a literal arm and leg. No, just two kidneys. You're talking about our service where we do TA for our subscribers using Ween costume photos? Yes, actually. Some of this actionable data, whether or not your shirt is on. If my shirt comes off, we're probably at the top. I'm a beta, and I've resolved to run more in 2024. Should I DM you? I want a feature that says whether or not there are going to be margin calls at 2 p.m. I'm sure we can integrate that. Can you tell us more about your IWM 190 play? No. Is SPX going to break down in the next hour? I don't know. It tried to break down, and then they bought the dip again. So maybe not. We'll be able to DRS VIX. I don't think we have anything set up for that. The Thor Wiener costume is my favorite. It's the little hammer. That's really what does it. You'd think it'd be the cape. Nope. Can do whatever you want, Nuke. Oh, hey. Look at that. They bought the dip harder. Nice. Maybe we can finally test 75 and then something will actually happen. Will you have guest articles on your platform from notables such as Walk-In and Dan the serial killer? No. Burr? I mean, that was all of the burring, I think. Now we're just back to where we were. I wonder if TUP breaks 250. That's going to change the hedging demand quite a bit. Rejected? Sad. That was bound to happen. I just like typing Burr. Oh, okay. TUP, they do not want this to break 250. Probably not. No. Matt Kors is telling people about TUP. There's no turgidity in the market today. Fuck you, dork. I bought some TUP birthday calls. Okay. How much cash do you feel comfortable walking around with? As much as I can fit in my pockets. Actually, the more cash you have when you get mugged, the better. Because then you can take like a pile of it and just whip it in the air and run. But you keep the rest. Like, don't give them all the cash. I don't own any cargo shorts. The make it rain approach? Exactly. You keep one pocket with like $100 bills and the other pocket with $100 bills. And when they mug you, you take out the $101 bills and just flip them in the air and then run away as fast as you can. How do you steal extra char siu ribs from the Chinese buffet without cargo shorts? Those polo shirts with 2 pockets. Lol, not rejected. Well, it was, and now it's retesting. Up 10% on UGI, 8% on KVU. Divvy stocks for the win. Yeah, they've been doing well lately. Stuff the ribs into your cheeks like a squirrel? Just bring a trash bag with you. When was the last time you were mugged? I think I was like 16. It's been a long time. Muggers usually target tourists and children. Has SPX-OI changed? Yeah, there's a lot less 0 DTE options open now than there were. As far as the distribution of those options, it's pretty similar. Does Pontiff always had a monthly price? I checked and I thought I would have had $4,986 left over for you to manage, but I just can't swing that much on a monthly basis. I don't know what to tell you. Get your green up? No, that's not the right phrase. Frankie, stop losing money on stocks and come enjoy your holiday vacation with your family. Thank you, Dilly Dillerson. Get your money up. There we go. Pontiff does not come with portfolio management, by the way. I thought I made that clear earlier. Since always. Is Pontiff like Highlander? There can be only be one? There's currently 0. No, you don't have to be Catholic. What if I buy Pontiff and also bring you several Taco Bell chicken quesadillas? Dork, you have the best of both worlds. You get direct terrible portfolio advice for free. And access to my DMs. QQQ looks like it wants to fill the overnight gap right now. That'd be cool. I hope this thing fucking dumps back to 47.50. Maybe 60. 60 or 50. Same thing. Okay, but get this, Dork. Top $5 synth long. You'd already be rich, man. I don't know what you're trying to say here. If you'd full ported top synth longs when we talked about it, you'd be up like fucking 3,000% today. Also, remember the first time I told you about top and then it ran to $7? Jesus Christ. You could have rolled that forward? Fuck. I only listen when you say boring shit. I know. That's why your best position's like some boring fucking insurance company that we spent way too long tinfoil hatting. My girlfriend caught me using a synthetic log last night. What do? I don't know. I've never been in that position. Up 30%, yielded 15% this year. I mean, it was a good pick. Who just made $10? You? Did you? Jen? Was it you, Jen? I want to brag. The volatility on the position was basically nothing versus top, which could go bankrupt tomorrow. All right. What gross, Yaga. Where's the fun with that risk of bankruptcy, though? Palma non sin pulvere. Am I banned? I'm not hearing my comments. I don't know. Maybe I didn't read them, or you wrote something that YouTube blocked. Both of those are possible. Footlocker? What about Footlocker? Has anybody been watching TJX? That shit has just been ripping. Anything from the 2-year auction? I don't know. I'll check. Bullish or bankrupt? Let's see. So zero in bids for the 2-year note from the Fed. 4.321 before the auction. 4.34. 4.314. So down a little bit. No tail. Bid to cover 2.68. There shouldn't be a tail on the fucking 2-year. Bullish or bankrupt? I don't know, man. That's like, it's such a wide set of parameters. I don't know anything about Footlocker. Hmm. That doesn't look bullish at all, dork. If there's a tail on the 2-year, we're literally in the midst of a financial crisis because an institution is actually insolvent. What tool can I use to see what an option would profit? Option strat. It's usually pretty good for that. Yeah, so high yield 4.314 versus 0.321, which is actually kind of a narrow spread. Sold 57 billion, 96.98 rewarded at the high. Primary dealers take 18.63%, direct 19.51, and indirect 61.85. It's actually not that great of an outcome. Primary dealer is still picking up a lot of the fucking slack on the short-dated treasuries. Yeah, AAG got bailed out. Pavé doesn't want to tell you the secret method of option strat, which is to crank the IV in price to the range to the max, then put in extremely degenerate positions. What are you going to do? Lower the IV? In this day and age? Bullish or bankrupt? Sounds like a new game show idea. Don't blast your IV on option strat. Jesus Christ. Increases in IV just increase your if you're positively exposed to volatility would just increase your odds of being profitable, right? Like Tupperware today. How do you pick the best options? What Greek values are needed? I mean, that depends on what you're positioning for. I pick the right option for the right conditions. But there's various values that can be important. Gamma, delta, vega. Charmzilla. Row. Not row, but rova. Minimize delta, maximize vega. That's not such a bad strat with SPX right now if you're bearish though, right? Come on, Tup. You can do it. One day post refrigeration, I'm going to open a row fund. That's probably not a great idea. I love atomics questions. You know they're going to tank the market to avoid paying you. Wait, on which? That's where I trap them with my puts, Dork. Yes. How do you know if Vega is cheap? You can compare like current implied volatility to historic volatility. If the IV's a lot lower than HV, it can indicate that Vega exposure is cheap. Or you could use like the smile or skewness. So if Vega's lower for options that are typically higher, like out of the money pits. That might be another way of finding cheaper Vega, or determining if the Vega is cheaper. You can use options pricing models. If temp breaks 250, we'll be like trying to control a fire hose connected to a hydrant of internet trolls. Possibly. Do you still have any downside potential yet today? I mean, the potential's there. It's just they buy all the dips every time it breaks down. So, like, the potential for downside has remained the same all day. It's just a question of if they're going to come in and buy a bunch of at-the-money calls every time it drops or not. When you say Vega, you're talking about Street Fighter? Yeah, the guy with the claws. Anything changed with Beyond? No, not really. It's still on Reg Show. It's still failing. They're shorting it a little more heavily, and they have it in a range where it's the bears are definitely better positioned. But it may not stay in that range for long, and it already ran, almost 100% while on Reg Show. So their ability to push the price down further is, well, we'll see. But there could be really good entry opportunities. This shit can take a really long time, hot cup, cold cup. It's usually not a quick process. Hmm. NQ looks kind of bullish right now. Dixie's dropping pretty hard. Happy holidays, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, keep an eye on the $7.50 to $8 range. But yeah, I think they're gonna short it for a while longer. Bears have to buy Theta. Bulls just have to YOLO 0 DTEs. Yeah, usually. What's the range they're shooting for on the upside? Like 75. There's really not a lot of interest above that. And most of the upside moves here, we're just seeing a lot of like call side profit taking. I'm not really sure if that's short calls getting squeezed. It could be a little bit. But we're not seeing that reflected in VIX, so if they are, they're short dated ones. My creme diplomat came out a bit grainy. What do? Um, I see the M2 money supply increased. Same like Fed tightening, definitely working, right? I mean that has to do with Yellen and deficit spending, right? Not the Fed. As a habitual 15 minute to expiry put buyer, This is starting to look mighty promising. I don't know if we'll hold this range into the end of the day yet. I will say that if we lose 70 again, 65 doesn't have quite the same amount of staying power it did earlier. However, a close below 63 is also very unlikely. Have you been a good boy this year? I like to think so. What's Neo doing? Given you already have 3 freezers and everything you want need, what was on your Christmas list? A friend of mine bought me a bunch of t-shirts, and then I got a couple hoodies also. Nice ones. Nice hoodies. Not VWAP hoodies. Anything else? I bought myself a new tablet to watch movies on in bed. I'll probably hate it though and return it, but we'll see. When's 0DT? Get a sous vide, which I've been eyeballing for a while. Ooh, which one? I want to get one of those. I have an 85-inch screen attached to the ceiling over my bed. It works great. Yeah, I see that top is broken 250. Why not a projector? No. Just a small, like, bedside tablet. It's nice. I just put on like Burke annual shareholder meetings starting from like 1967 or whenever they started filming them, and I listen to those on the lowest possible volume every night. My girlfriend got me an epic 2-inch end grain teak wood cutting board. Ooh, nice. A Nova? Oh, okay. I can't tell if you're serious or joking. I'm dead serious. I would never joke about listening to Warren Buffett all night long. Got a mandolin, no protection gloves. So next Christmas, I'll be wishing for new fingers. Oh man, I sharpened one of my knives yesterday when I was drunk, and I have like 40 cuts on my right hand. Like they're really tiny, but they're all over the place. It's a very sharp knife. I don't think it actually needed sharpened at all. I was drunk. Maybe put the edge back on my hankles. I'll figure out how to put a good edge on my hankles. Get a... Hmm. Probably get like an 800 in hankles. You probably get like an 800 grit stone. Should be like a 25, 25, 20 to probably a 25-degree angle against the stone. So you have your stone, and then take like 4 pennies, and then like stack them up like this, dork. And then rest the back edge of the knife against the pennies. And then remove them, and then keep that angle. And then just do one side so you get a little burr. Flip it over, take the burr off. Be good to go. I know Tub broke fucking 250. We're all looking at the same shit. How many inches? The tablet. Oh, I think it's 11. Next major resistance, $3. Basically the width of my Dillard. A little thicker, but yeah, you got it. You don't need to strap a fucking... German knives are super, super soft. You have a honing rod, dork? You should only need to sharpen it like once every couple months, and then just hit the honing rod. No, 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 no. Don't get rid of the burr with the honing rod. Use the stone to get rid of the burr. Yeah. I guess I'm a dickhead. A little bit, yeah. That's alright, though. Yeah, because when you use the honing rod to get rid of the burr, you're gonna end up with like a wave in the edge. It's not gonna break it off evenly like the stone will. Are we gonna test 75 or what? Jesus fucking Christ. All day with this shit. My son keeps trying to put my hankles in the dishwasher. It kills me. You know, I don't really think it does much to them, honestly. Like, as long as nothing's banging against them. Like, the detergent, like, that's not gonna take the edge off, right? I think most people are worried about, like, the heat treatment wearing out over time. But on something with, like, an HRC of, like, 54 to 58, which is probably what a Henkel is. Like most German steel is going to be around this level, right? Like I don't think you really need to worry about fucking up the heat treatment. Like maybe on like some of the super steals and stuff that are like 60 plus on the Rockwell scale, but like you're not gonna fuck up a Henkel knife putting it in the dishwasher. Fucks up the handles, maybe, yeah. Happy New Year, David P. Welcome back, man. I hope your shoulder's feeling better. So we've established the neckline. So why the top movement looks just like covering? They're covering on it as slowly as they fucking can, but they're covering nonetheless. We've got some tips touching now. Looks pretty good for an explosive move. I mean, it's already almost at half of this move with, you know, like 1/10 of the liquidity. So I'd say this is pretty impressive. I went Christmas party 2 days after moving apartments. Brutal move, but the extended family picked up some boxes. Not a bad trade. I sent you an invite, but I assume it was lost in the mail. Oh, yeah, it must have been. Uranium is mooning. This was the Pickles Picks entry, by the way. It was like... Stock God. Now do Dole. Dole is an embarrassment. This was the Pickles Pick entry on Dole. I like that face better. Lucky guess. Yeah, I agree. Are we gonna break Friday's high? I guess we did a little bit. SPX puts last week. Those are the best. I assume you mean these, right? Hmm. I mean, Gork, this makes 1 penny for every dumb question I've ever asked. I hope it was worth your time. It was. It was Freddie. Thank you so much. Don't you dare diamond top that ES chart. It's too late. It already did it all on its own. No, ES doesn't have a diamond top, but SPX does. Robinhood gives the worst fills. Yeah. That's kind of like their whole thing. Are there no FTDs on Beyond? There are, but FTDs don't equal price improvement. Jesus Christ, that's a little bit blown out, don't you think? Hot Pocket. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Do you guys remember the pepperoni toaster strudels? Those were better than Hot Pockets. Yeah, so I think they still have some savory toaster strudels. Like they have like bacon, egg, and cheese. And sausage, maybe? Sausage, egg, and cheese. But the rest are like, apple and cinnamon or whatever. But they used to have pepperoni ones, and they were phenomenal. Also, croissant pocket, greater than Hot Pocket by a long shot, and they don't make croissant pockets anymore. Hot Pockets burn everybody. What kind of icing for pepperoni? I don't think it came with icing. Oh no, Tep got rejected. Sad. Croissants from Sam's Club are always better than from Costco. The Costco ones are always burnt. They both suck. Make it yourself with a waffle maker. Like puff pastry. I didn't buy a waffle maker though. Everyone told me I didn't need one. What do you so you like 2 layers of puff pastry, cheese, sauce, and pepperoni? And then you just smash that together in the waffle maker? It's fucking genius. Then you sell it or eat it. When's the best time to buy clearance Xmas candy? Today. Or yesterday, if you could find a place that was open. Keeping an eye on Neo today. Took a position this morning. What's up with the 20-year? Why is still above the 30? I don't think there's a good reason for that. Palantir showing some signs of reversal. No. It still looks like shit. It's not a Neo stream. It's because I put one on the put it on the screen. December 20th, 22nd, SGX dumped 1335 on the 5-minute chart. Be vigilant. GME greater than Neo. Wait, are you serious? I found out this year that the Santa chocolate and the Lindt Advent calendar is just the Easter bunny with an extra base. I shitted and farted. Thanks, Moonwin. Are you gonna be okay? This fold ported 3 DTE 4C on top. Am I doing the market right? No. No, that's awful. You think we'll have a pullback or correction before April, or should I consider opening positions in June instead? I mean, you could probably wait until the Fed meeting. We're so far from like downside that you can just confirm it. You don't need to sit on fucking put positions for 3 months or 2 months or even a month waiting out the downside. Like if you want short exposure, maybe just like target like Vega, because then at least you're playing the downside on SPX and a mean reversion and volatility instead of just trying to target the downside on SPX. But I mean, you don't really need to get puts unless we're below gamma neutral, right? And then you can add more below delta neutral, but we're nowhere near that shit right now. So there's no point in just sitting on a big fucking pile of puts like Smog. But and believe me, as someone who loves to sit on giant piles of puts, you calculate it, Delagizi. My husband sold his 2013 Subaru WRX for $15K. Basically meaning he only spent $100 a month to drive it for 10 years, or $10K for a new car. He bought a vintage Miata. He's the better investor. When's he gonna get on the stream? I'm sitting on a big pile of puts for 47.70 breakdown today. Jesus Christ. I got calls for 47.75 end of day. I feel like, you know, you guys are only $5 apart, but I feel like both of your positions are garbage. He's super risk averse. So he's probably a really good trader then. What? I think I saw that Miata. It had a vanity plate that said LOL 0 DTE. Price target for top, now that it's past 250. 3. What do you think the next price target is? Sounds like we're going to close at 47.7250 today. Feels like it. I mean, I told him we should buy a shack in DC for 100K that's now worth 800K. So technically I have better instincts. He sold Bitcoin at 10. I sold my Bitcoin at 10. If you owned Bitcoin If you had Bitcoin before it hit 10, you sold your Bitcoin at 10. That was the correct choice at the time. I'm $1.65 out of the money. I feel like I'm trading soy. Spy. I understand how you feel. I sold my Bitcoin at 270. That's sad. $10K was definitely one of the bigger waves of Bitcoin selling, though. I ordered a pizza for 1 Bitcoin in 2011. Oh, you were that guy. I sold my BTC at 60. I bought it at 59. I sold my BTC at it was like 52. I think it was like 52,000 and change. In September of 21 to watch it drop, feel super justified, and then rocket up to 68. I was in it at like 6,000, but it still hurt really bad. But then after it crashed back down, I felt justified again. Also, I wanted to buy years and years ago, but we rented for 7 years because of him, and he waited 3 years to propose. He's not a closer. I always wait till the third child to propose too, so I understand the fear of commitment. Sam Bankman-Fried sold my Bitcoin. I didn't know. I was offered a job with a large BTC exchange with half comp and BTC when BTC was at 40, not 40K, actually 40. And how do you feel about not taking that position today? When will I feel justified selling cat at 180? I don't know. Maybe if the market crashes. We've been married for 10 years. Thank you very much. Oldest child is 8. You could just let the joke ride, Maeve. BTC looks like shit. Like it's double topped. Time to come back to 25. As a risk lover, when will you step up your game and go for marriage? Trading isn't risky enough. I don't like that kind of risk. Honestly, not too bad. SO was just getting citizenship, so I couldn't have relocated, but life would have certainly been very different. I mean, provided you would have held it from $40,000 to $60,000, right? Like that's the thing about Bitcoin is that like all the people that actually held from nothing to 60 grand, they never sold either, right? So like none of those people took profits, and they're still sitting on losses year over year, right? Like you probably would have realistically been out of it at like 500 or 1,000, definitely at 10,000, right? I just got back from New Zealand, Hobbiton. Tup looks nice, and my fake meat looks like dog food update. Fake meat's fine if you have theta. It's doing the things we want it to do. It's being shorted while on reg show after it moved up 100% while also on reg show. Will you be doing a year in review best of stream montage where we can relive moments like when you mused on how many meat sticks you could fit in your mouth and then your stream crashed? What? I don't remember this. Sounds real. Yes, going below 48.20 anytime soon? Nope. Seems pretty stable there. Probably not going above 48.25 though. I'm married. Bullish on the monthly, bullish on the weekly, bear flag on the daily. It seemed like rich NVIDIA middle finger with large swaths of vested shares. Living basically retirement life. Yeah, isn't NVIDIA having a problem with all their engineers just doing nothing because they're all functionally retired? I'm pretty sure you could fit at least 9 hot dogs simultaneously. Probably not. Actually, that was emo best of 2012. Now emo 2012. No, but NVIDIA is hoping that AI will do their engineering in the future. I don't have any bags of puts. My marriage is awesome, but it's got the same moral as that show Too Hot to Handle. If guys would just get 2 hours of therapy, the relationships would be so much better. My relationships would be better if girls got 2 more hours of therapy. Maybe you need to date crazier women. Been up a minute. Hope you're gold. The fuck are bears waiting for? I don't know. Probably candles that aren't green. I'll keep trying. Alright. Is that going to be hard to do in your marriage, or no? I grew out of the crazy women phase at 23. That's when I first started getting into it. No, that's not true. I've always been in it. I disagree, Maeve. Do they have any zero DTs? I can buy 2 hours of therapy money? Depends on the therapist. That Winky Face is doing a lot of work there. What's the upside of crazies? Oh, so you have a pretty normal, distribution down here, right? Where are you on that scale? Oh, like as crazy as I can be for how hot I am. Tried to date crazier women, but my wife won't let it happen. That's why you don't tell them where you park your car, Harry Balls. Man, I wish I was more incorrect about the 47 7250s price point. This is depressing. Are you sure you're not attracted to hot women that ended up being crazy rather than being attracted to crazy? So initially I thought that. I was like, oh man, I just go after these women based purely on looks and I know nothing about their personalities. And then I realized I was lying to myself and that I really love the crazy. That I was actively seeking it. And since that moment of self-reflection, I've gotten better at seeking out just the right kind of crazy. If anybody tells you getting older sucks, they're wrong. No, I just find the hotter with a dose of crazy. Explain the right kind of crazy. One step short of physical violence, but fun to fight with. I had an ex fake a miscarriage and her father's death to try to get me back. That's the most I can take personally. Did you try telling her the Scarface line? I would have used the Scarface line for that one. Who uses a miscarriage to try to get someone back? I'd be like, you're defective. With a stable net worth over 7 figures, your crazy converts to eccentric 1-to-1, and you can usually get away with double your attractiveness against eccentricity. Huh. I had an ex push me down the stairs. Okay. Logic was take responsibility for the pregnancy, but there was clearly no pregnancy anymore. So her spell card had an easy counter. Yeah, I don't really that's not how you lock it in, right? You got to keep the fake pregnancy going. The Scarface line when he tells her womb is polluted. Haven't you guys seen Scarface? That's not her committing physical violence, but encouraging gravity to do the work. I don't know. You know, if you're shoving someone downstairs, that's pretty physically violent. Go top go. It's getting there. What's the oldest woman you would date? The oldest woman I have dated was 20 years my senior. I showed people down the stairs as a way to say I love you. Well, now I understand. First, I just thought it was an accident. What age was I? I was 26. She wasn't a gilf, but her daughter was pregnant. Was she your sugar mama? No. Freaking bad? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, not yet a gilf. I've realized that I'm far too immature for older women, though. Kind of far too immature for younger ones, too. What was the craziest reaction to a trade you had? I flipped my desk over a couple times. I had a 30-year age gap with this lady that tried to buy my body with a Rolex, but I was grossed out. Why? That's a good price for your body. I wouldn't pay you $5. What's your range on either side of your age? Probably best not to say that in front of people. I would say I'm mostly positioned for the downside. That's what I love about older women. They keep getting older, but I stay the same age. That's not how that works. Yeah. No, nothing under 21. No. If they can't drink, no. Those are just children. That's gross. Buying the dip. I never experienced having a sugar mommy. What's that like? Different? AJ, I told you I don't feel that way about you. As I've gotten older, my standards are lower. Mine went the other way. This cougar talk is waking me up. It's because they have so many cars that are champagne gold. I'm older than 21. Don't worry, I don't fit your requirements. If Tup does a rug at the end of the day, would you cut and reposition or ride them calls? No, I did buy a lot of theta on them. I'd probably cut. Depends on, I guess it depends on how hard of a rug. I should probably have a stop on the 250s. They're already up like 125%. But their pricing should be more stable now that they're in the money. Was SPX starting to get a breakdown? No. Like on a from a technical standpoint, okay, maybe a little, but we're probably still going to be stuck here for a while longer. Like even if we fall below 70, we'll probably bounce back up like a couple times. And then we could just close the day at 47.68. Somewhere between 47.68 and 47.72.50. So this is our range. I hope you enjoy it. If you were to steal one of our wives or girlfriends, would there be remuneration? Yeah, I would have stolen your wife or girlfriend. That's the give and take. Wives are just eminent domain. Beyond is my new whiny GME play. Alright, good. I'll just ignore you. Is that where Rims and Tims had some walking around money for a while? One girlfriend equals one premium sub? No. That's not worth it. When Santa rally? This is the period. We're in it. I don't know who Russell Wilson is, but sure. My wife is 5 years younger. I thought I was dating the hot, young, crazy one, but she quickly became more mature than me, and now the tables have turned. Russell Wilson is dating Ciara? Like 1-2 step Ciara? Now the TUP is holding 250. Do you think it continues to climb? I mean, there's a lot of covering that needs to be done. They might actually be married. They're married with 3 kids. That doesn't sound like a short-term fling. That's a lot of children. Can you explain why they have to cover? Because their shorts are underwater. In what time frame would TUP move up? I don't know. Could be a few days. Could be a couple weeks. I think it's off to a good start, though. But just a start. So the majority of short interest on it right now is underwater. The higher it climbs, the more true that statement is. What about beyond? Shorting it. We went over this. Short's more underwater, beyond, or top. Top. Couldn't they just short some more? Not necessarily. So here's the problem: when you synthetic short, right? You push the market maker, and they already have, right? Like that's why there's so many calls at $2.50 and $3 and $2 on top, was because they already shorted the fuck out of it using like synthetic liquidity. But when you're selling naked calls like that and you're pushing the market maker short, you're also pushing the MM long, right? So their book over time becomes net long. Now the market maker is long all these fucking calls. And you're going to short into the MM? Risky, right? Because you can just get blown up super fast. I short into the MM all the time. Yeah, I know you do, Popcorn. Beyond's kind of a different situation because of reg show and stuff, but similar effect over time. But it takes time. Like Top has been declining from the last time it kind of squeezed since August of last year, right? And it's just now starting to run again. Why don't the short hedge funds just buy a ton of out of the money calls right before covering? Because then they drive the price up before they even covered. There's not like a winning, there's no like winning situation there. It's just all shit, right? And then the more the underlying goes up, the more attention it'll attract. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do try to do that to some degree, but it's not the most effective hedge. They shorted because they thought it was going to go bankrupt, right? So everybody wanted in on a piece of the tax-free gains. And then it didn't go bankrupt. They refinanced their debt. They're still in business. I don't know who the fuck actually buys Tupperware, but someone, right? At least in Q4 of 2022, people bought $750 million worth of Tupperware. And the current market capitalization is 1/7 that. With a free float of like less than 40 million shares. My whole family buys it here in Denmark. Oh, maybe it's internationally popular. I don't know. I have lots of Tupperware. I have no idea where it came from. I'm a Gen X librarian, and even I don't buy Tupperware. I think bankruptcy is perfectly possible. They haven't even filed their last earnings. It had that whole Target. Yeah, they partnered with Target. But like, who the fuck is going to Target and buying Tupperware? It doesn't. It doesn't matter where they're selling it. I don't know who's buying the shit. Grandmothers, great grandmothers. Oh, I hate Dish. Hey, test of 75. Still short? Are we still short the actual test of 75? We are. This is fucking unreal. My grandmother only had Tupperware. My mother hosted Tupperware parties in the 90s. What are you talking about? Earnings is tomorrow. Earnings is always tomorrow for Tup. Tup equals beyond minus the same ingredients to make them. Nope, we still haven't tested 4775. I'm hoping if we actually test 75, then, or like get above 75, then the 75s would sell off. But so far that's not happening. And I think most of the 75s are sold anyway. And this is just bulls trying to pressure short calls. Except they have a ton of theta and they don't give a shit. Is Tup a vol short or just a short? Both. Lots of both. Superstock is calling for MOASS. Can you explain? They've been calling for MOASS for 3 years. What do I need to explain? They're still idiots. They were idiots then, idiots now. Do you currently have more money in Tup or Beyond? Technically, I have no money in Beyond because my positions are net credit. But my exposure is higher in Beyond than it is in Tup. Although Tup exposure is a lot cheaper. Did you see what RC tweeted about for 10 seconds? Yeah, that was a great call on his part. Jimmy up 28 cents. GG hedgies. We're in the end game now. Jimmy killing it. Up 40% over the last month. Down 23% over the last 6. Our AMC is calling for Moas, can you explain? You know, we really shouldn't make fun of people with mental disabilities. It's not cool. Does anyone know the transfer agent for TUP? No particular reason, just curious. I will ban you, Freddy. I opened bear spreads on the 4775 test. 4800 assured now. It's not fully flat gap. It's down 8% over the last year. MOASS imminent, clearly. Nothing like gray. I opened RC's tweet at a party. A girl I was talking to at the moment asked who the fuck that was. I said, sadly, a long lost nasally Floridian I used to invest in. It's why I still drive that Corolla outside. If only you'd invested in Jensen Huang. I remember a Dillionaire stream 1.5 years ago where Jork said that they're pricing GME to go to 45, and then 18 months later it bottomed at not split adjusted 45. Oh. Here we are. That hurt. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to hurt you, Gilgamesh. If it's any consolation, they're really just not even shorting GME that hard. It's like they don't care at all. This is some of the least enthusiastic shorting I've ever seen. Once we get the shorts off our back, we can finally overtake Amazon. What's with all the meme stalkers like thinking they're like shit derelict businesses are worth like the most valuable businesses on the planet? Like where does that come from? Gators? Delusion? I just don't understand like how they make that leap, right? Like GME to Amazon. There's other companies trying to be Amazon and they're not doing it, right? Like this is ground that like Walmart and Target are failing on. And they think GME, which is even more isolated, is somehow on par. I think it's pseudo intellectuals thinking the money has to come from somewhere. Extremely poor financial literacy in the United States. It goes beyond that though, right? Like it's completely delusional, obviously. But they must know that and then yet still say the delusional thing. Like, that's what gets me, is like, how many people are fully aware but continue to propagate that, like, that same narrative, versus how many people are legitimately, mentally encumbered and don't understand. I haven't been able to listen or watch it. Can I get a quick rundown on top potential price action? It broke 250. It might test 3. There's covering going on, which is bullish. No, Gamma Max is irrelevant. Even if you get a number for it, it's not a number that matters. Living life in a video game where they think it's good versus evil and they'll be rewarded, instead of at least looking at it as a math puzzle game where you're supposed to make green things happen. So most people I know, the markets are entirely magic. It's not too shocking to me, to be honest. There's no news on top. I own 4770s. I'm a different kind of mentally encumbered. I told you guys both of your positions were shit. So far, I've been right. $4 2069 is not a meme, but it sounds like one. They lost the lawsuit, had a good drop Friday, but I don't see them going anywhere. Do you think it could be a good hold? I don't know what the cost of the lawsuit was that they lost, so maybe not. You could be high performing and mentally impaired. Look at Elon. Elon's socially encumbered, not mentally encumbered. Win top 1 Billy market cap or share price? Amazon of all of Asia plus Southeast Asia, the population like 10x the US, still barely has 1/10 the market cap of Amazon, but GME will somehow get there. That's what I've been told. Just wait till GME prices a phone number. Then when I sell my 1 share and happily pay my fair share of taxes, I'll buy a GameStop store and donate the goods to AMC apes. Like, don't they understand that the shorts are out? They covered? How are they blind to that? The shorts got out, they lost. The game's over. There's still the other game of, the other shorts that, fuck around with it and making a little money here and there, but can't see if you don't look, I guess. Not sure how many of the other companies not actualized profits. 2 years old inventory of Funko Pops and a CEO that has successfully exited a non-profitable company at the expense of shareholders. 2 non-profitable companies. Gaff. Chewy wasn't profitable when he sold it either. Price target for Neo? I'm not really sure. I would say that their valuation is improved. With the new investment, and that cash influx could probably drive a greater realization of value. I don't know if it'll hit 1440. Gamma Max is at like 1233. There's a lot of shorts on Neo though, so it might drive prices higher. I bought some Beyond shares. Some would call me encumbered financially. I love the market crash will hurt the shorts who benefit from prices going down. I mean, that original thesis was built on the idea that margin would collapse, which is arguably true, but not in a way that would benefit anybody's long GME. Oh, that was the one I meant. Jimmy Chewy, same as Bobby. Oh, it's not a great track record. Trying to impart logic on those who have none. Impossible task. That's not true. Most of this community exists because people chose logic over bullshit, right? Like almost everyone here at some point chose to turn away from Super Stonk and their fucking nonsense. So I would say, although obviously at scale, not the most successful endeavor, there was some success, right? I get tired of the today's the day posts. Do they still post those? Oh shit, we tested 75. It's on. Bull market. SPX MOASS. Let's fucking go. I DRS, then the next day I found this place. I felt pretty dumb. I remember that. It chose you because you accepted that you might have been wrong on some things, explained why you might be wrong, and kept diving until you were right. I like puzzles. I chose this community because of a Persian centaur that will take his shirt off on stream. Fair. At least tell me something that doesn't make me think it's all about the sex, Grim 2. What's going on with the overall market? Pullback likely? At some point. Careful with it though, man, because trying to fade the top of shit like this just chews bears up and spits them out. It's better just to confirm it and wait till some actual downside is realized. The cannoli is in the meatball, and the meatball is boofed in creme diplomat. Grainy creme diplomat. Grim 2 is working that crazy hot angle. You have a wonderful radio voice. Thank you. You're supposed to say face. You have a face for radio. You fucked it up. Why did you choose this community? I didn't. It just happened. No, my Legos. Oh, that's it. I'm done for the day. I'll be right back. Bear market? When? I love trading in a $10 range. It's really awesome if you just sell iron condors. What are your loud, distant moaning? I don't know. Jesus Christ, you scared the fuck out of me. I forgot I had this open on another tab. I almost fell out of my chair. Did you think I was in the room with you? My IC on SPY is flat since this morning. I do think they're trying to squeeze out the sold calls. Although, I'm not really sure that's something that's going to work. You wish. They bought more calls with the premium. Wait, who? Oh, what, the call sellers? Hmm. I'm kind of worried they're going to try to short top into power hour. Two 253. Hmm. Oh, wow. They bought the dip again. That's what they do. I wouldn't expect anything different. Maybe this time they'll get another 60 cents of upside. Just blowing up the bears with their 74.26 to 76.48 move. They're really crushing the fuck out of vol, though. Are we all enjoying this new durable bull market? Absolutely. You know, the history of volatility, I don't think I've ever seen a market that's so safe and stable. I do need an intern. But how to get a free one? That's the question. JFresh, let me ask you this. In a war of attrition, a Houthi rebel with a $300 Radio Shack drone and a $50 Russian grenade versus $500,000 cruise missile. Is this inflationary? Let's all hold hands with Austin Goolsby and skip down the golden path to immaculate disinflation. I think the Pentagon should be forced to justify their KDA for every missile launched. Like if this cruise missile doesn't destroy $500,000 worth of forward projected GDP, it wasn't worth it. Shut up. For the purpose of this example, there is a Radio Shack. That is not more than the GDP of Yemen. I see where you're going with this, right? What happened to the last bunch of people that tried to audit the Pentagon? They came out with a report saying that the Pentagon couldn't be audited. You can't audit freedom. Duh. Better question: has the Pentagon ever passed an audit? Yeah, probably once upon a time. I remember back in the early 2000s when they were sticking ashtrays into F-16 fighter jets at $200,000 a pop for a fucking airplane that you can't smoke in. You all say audit like you've ever opened the audit handbook. No, because we're not fucking nerds like you, Saffron. Stop trying to make your job relevant. No one cares. Go count some beans. Fucking accountants, man. Look at me with my calculators and my legal documents. Nerds. Not you, Cobra. You're cool. Audit these nuts. Exactly. Think of the spreadsheets. It's terrible. Imagine going to school for 4 years to use Excel. Yeah, Cobra's one of the good ones. I've never heard him try to put the audit handbook on a fucking pedestal. I took an accounting class at community college. The professor's first sentence to students was, "You're in this class because you love rules." I dropped the class the next day. He forgot to tell you the part where if you get really good at it, you can break rules legally. They're Excel World Championships with mad prize money. Accountants will be the next esports. People were watching that ironically, man. ESPN 9, the What's up, Popcorn? Went down? Do you think accountants understand the irony? No. How do you think JPal feels now that his legacy is pumping every crypto shitcoin twice? Probably pretty great. I would imagine the Fed doesn't have to declare their crypto assets. Is it a security? I don't know. SEC doesn't know. Last I heard, Fed governors were just supposed to reduce their holdings of securities. Let me ask you this. Do you know how much BTC Nancy Pelosi owns? No one does. Top, you were supposed to break 250, not sleep on it. J-Pal realized a year ago that it's much more fun to do your victory lap now than it is to have the history books look on you fondly. History books look on Ben Bernanke super fondly. Like he saved the American economy from great peril. By putting us in a destructive debt cycle. She's selling some 5-year tomorrow. In this house, Ben Bernanke is a Nobel-winning economist, also chief advisor to PIMCO. You know what that tells me? No conflict of interest. Win by tooties? I don't know. How are you feeling about Wednesday? Thursday? Maybe Thursday. Wasn't 77.75 the upper end? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, $2 is not a hard line in the sand. Wednesday's for the Bears, but it's also a short week, so who knows? True. I told you your 47.70s were not a good position, Cobra. If it's any consolation, that other guy's 47.75s have lost 50% of their vol while moving only $2 in the money. They didn't really win. They beat you, but they didn't win. Why did Cohen have such a sad Hanukkah? Shopping at Target too much. Interest, yes. Conflict, definitely. Conflict of interest, that doesn't even exist. Exactly. I see the red candle. The head is in. I think we've got like 3 more days of this, Dork. Like, I think we could drop into close and then we'll open a little bit above like 70 tomorrow. And then, like, just trade up all day again and test like 48.80. And then we'll do the same thing Friday. Thursday. And then Friday, we'll do it a little longer and then fail. I'm going to map out my projection for this week since we didn't have a quant stream. How does everyone feel about that? Maybe not even that exciting. Hold on. That might be too much. Could we just do that? I like that better. And then we'll fail back to 47.60. And then we can start from here next week. Finally, guidance. Ban yourself. Draw me a line to 48.20 end of week. I'm not drawing you any lines. The price line looks like the plot line of a Chekhov play. Call side of my straddle is up 30%. Puts down 50%. It's so tiresome. That's pretty shitty. The real direction of the market is a line straight down to SPX 1800. I saw it on Twitter, so it's true. All right. Talk. Someone's dead, Finn. Yeah. You don't own any 40/50 prots. Fucking popcorn. Escalator up. Halo Marine drop down. I don't know. They got Vol tightly under control today. Let's see if they can keep it that way. There's no fucking news this week. It's like the most boring week of the year. So there's nothing to get upside liquidity off of. And there's nothing to propagate increases in volatility that would help the downside. So we just drift listlessly. Greedy fund manager, take profits, assholes. They're not going to take profits lower than the guys took profits last week. Dollar General is trading on Wall Street bets. So close my calls. What about top? Are they talking about top yet? Oh, they're not even allowed to talk about top. Oh, fuck. Wait, what about our short squeeze? What's wrong with Neo? It's up 11% today. No, the top thesis is nothing like Upstart and Beyond. There's a top post on RSS. Fuck. That's even worse. Have they started DRSing it? Is holding top Jan 19 contracts overnight acceptably risky? Sounds dumb. Cenas didn't launch it to the moon. That's just being short squeeze, not super stock. Oh, okay. Full porting into Dollar General. Make sure that's Dollar General and not Dollar Tree. Otherwise, you're going to be like that GMED guy. Doesn't Dollar General have a dividend on Monday? Do these dipshits know that they're buying into the shorts closing out? Fucking GMED guy killed it. He did better than most people who bought GME. If you keep saying it, Wabi, if they're totally gonna sell them. I still think the perfect closing price for today would be 47.6850 to 47.7250. I like those much better. Oh, someone's buying puts. That's nice of them. We're just buying back sold puts. Wait, I'm in Dollar Tree. What's wrong with that? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. When did you get in? At $100? Mara's above Gamma Max. It's at like 22 something. 22 and change. No, 134. Best of luck to you. What happens when all the squeezy boys have been squeezed? Then the long sell. Sounds like you expect SPX to stay greater than 47.50 this week. Yeah, I think so. At this point, trading current 3% green is a rarity. Sun Chip Harvest Cheddar is my favorite chip. Huh. I always thought that they tasted like wheat thins with way too much salt on them. Oh dear, so we gotta wait for top to squeeze before the crash. Yeah, I'm sure the whole market's waiting on a nearly bankrupt vacuum storage container manufacturer's short squeeze. Must have been the prior harvests. That's the market's gonna crash so they can pay us. Popcorn. Why would they pay me for your time and effort? Hmm. Well, that's a tricky situation. Now the 75s are in the money. Okay. None of that's on the 0 DTE side. Call interest for 90 is building up on Friday's expiration. Hmm. What's the generic name for Tupperware? Like Velcro's hook and loop tape? Is Tupperware tub and lid system or food box? I'm not actually sure. Vacuum storage? Food storage? Okay, yeah. That's interesting. QQQ mooning. Yeah. NQ's driving most of this. It's probably necessary given that there's like no positioning on SPX itself at all. Russell and Dow are doing pretty well today, though. Just big tech pumping. Oh shit. Are we gonna do it all at once? Hmm. I feel like 85 would be a more justifiable test. Santa candle because it looks like a candy cane. Jay first keeps talking about Keensey and beauty contests. Just ignore him when he starts with that shit. That's what his Twitter audience is for. I don't want to go long here. Why? But this market won't stop. So wait for a pullback. It's like there's been plenty of pullbacks today. There's even one there. That's not enough. How much do you need? $60 DTE. Oh. Then just wait. Oh, there goes top. Tupperware is my long market hedge. Now we're still really far from the all-time high. Closer, but still far. Do we just have PTSD buying calls and immediately getting smoked on them? I just start every week with a $50 debit spread for the upside. I've been doing it for like 3 weeks now. It's the best. I just like short shit in between. Like when the bulls just blow out the top of the chain completely and push the market maker short puts, and then you can just buy puts. And then you and the MM are both long puts. Like Eskimo brothers. The enemy of my enemy is the MM. I'll give them this. They did this with basically no gamma. Like, there's no like 47. There's like wow, there's a few, but very few 4780 calls on SPX. How much a month is Zillionaire? I don't know. 20 something? 24? 25? 25? Are you still saying I can fuck the bulls all the way down to 4770 today? No. Because they'll buy in the money calls before they let it drop. That way they can protect their already in the money calls. There's no crime lever. I'm seeing $29.99 on YouTube. That sounds like Apple's fault, not mine. Just go to YouTube's website instead of using Apple Pay. Or you're in Canada or some shit. I don't know how much it costs in your country. How did you know Neo was gonna run? Well, last week I was interested in Neo because of its options positioning. Then they announced a $2.2 million investment, cash investment. That was like Friday over the weekend. I don't know, Gurk. Looks like Tup is saving my port. I love how you said that right as the candles turned red. Well played. No, Tup. I hate how they always eke out that extra $5 towards the end of the day. It's so cringy. Mia's going to $1 billion. Tup will hit a milli vanilli. I don't think either of those statements are true. That's why I made them with confidence. And now new impenetrable support at 4780. Uh, probably, yeah. And they'll probably protect the 75s. So call buying at 80, 85 until the end of the day. With all this action, I presume Beyond has done nothing. Well, that's not true. Beyond got shorted at market open, then it recovered, and then I got shorted again. All in all, a very exciting day at $9 for Beyond. Or just slightly below $9. It's really trying for the end of day to get back to almost $9. See all those paper handers taking profit on top before close. Pathetic. Gabriel Kagan, welcome to Dillionaire. Hopefully at the discounted rate. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. What's the Beyond thesis? Fucking things just piling up FTDs on Reg Show. So it's similar situation to the one Upstart was in. Low ETF liquidity, so they're turning to the MM. And by turning to the MM, they're progressively pushing the MM longer and longer the underlying via options. Beyond doesn't have any significant FTDs due until beginning of Jan. I mean, I don't think that's entirely true. I think they have some before then. Give me a second. I have to look at the chart. No, Beyond has pretty significant FTDs all of this week. Had 999,000 today. It's got a million tomorrow. 850,000 on the 29th. Oh shit, somebody sold some 47.75s. That's a good opportunity for bear call credits for Friday. How far out of the money? At the money? Fuck no, that's super dangerous. Nice, rabbit. Above 48.25? Might be okay. Hold on, I have a bunch open for just Jan, I think, right now. I need to check those. The fuck did I sell those at? I have 48.50 and 4900s that I sold for Jan 19th a couple weeks ago. I still feel pretty comfortable with those. Mostly because they're still up a bit. The head is in. Oh fuck, what happened to... Did that just crash? Awkward. I thought you were punishing me for a second. No, why? Punishing you? For what? He's called the head 3 times? Oh, okay. Well, this is the first time I've heard it. God dang, they got my stops at the peak before I turned back now. So you're telling me they played it perfectly? Any good 20 minutes of expiration plays today? Maybe. I don't know how much momentum this is going to get. It's a pretty good rejection, but volume on the sell-off is still kind of light. There's a gap there. How much are those? 47.70s are expensive. Still 50 cents. I can't say I'm too big of a fan of anything right now. I would say I like the 75s, but I'd like them a lot better if futures had more volume. I'd still be targeting that like 47, 70, 250 close. Yeah, they're still too pricey. Now, if we bounce again to like 82 and then get a little more sell off and then get cheaper, maybe around like 15 cents, that might be worth it. It's Gamma Max on top, probably like $2. It doesn't matter. Any like penny stocks, Gamma Max is an irrelevant data point. It means nothing. VIX 13, holy Jeebus flippin' mutter snatch and stotch. What? Why'd you just go off on a string of expletives like a 1930s detective movie? Are you the Thin Man, Windmill Willie? That's how you keep YouTube from censoring you. It's amazing. I can say anything I want. No, there's nothing I love more than spot down, VIX down. What amazing market action. Top is up. At least there's a gooch hair of volume. Yeah, but the 47.35 or 47.75s are still too expensive, Dork. All they're doing is keeping it at 60 cents, which is too much. I don't want to pay that. I'm not gonna pay a penny over MSRP for this fucking puts. So you're both wrong. It's more than 23 and less than 37, Willie. So it's between 24 and 36 days. Can Tup keep this going for the rest of the week? It seems like the volume would be difficult to replicate. I don't know about that. There's still a lot of covering that needs to be done on Tup. It definitely has the potential to keep going. So it should be SPX options more than 23 days and less than 37 days to the Friday SPX expiration. And then those are weighted to yield constant maturity of a 30-day measure of expected volatility. But can I hold 80? Oh, now I just want to buy the 80. If the market drops this week, can Beyond tank hard? If IWM does, yes. Everyone stop rushing into Beyond calls. They're going to be shorting it for a while. I think you have time. I'm starting to think they may be shorting volatility. I'm starting to think you might be right. The game is afoot. Indubitably. Are my 4790Cs dead? Probably. Why do you have those? Because we broke out $5 above resistance. You thought we were going to 4790? When are you guys gonna learn that resistances aren't a fixed point, but a range? Ah, fuck me, they didn't sell it to me for 25 cents. Son of a bitch. It's okay. Trailing buy at 5 cents got me in at 35 that I was aiming for. Nice. Look at Vic's run. It's up a penny. This candle is 1 penny. Now it's up 2 pennies. The world's on fire. I mean, that kind of sets the tone for the day, right? Vic shouldn't ever close above 13 after they did all this work to get it back to 13. Let's see if I can reduce a little exposure. I guess I don't give a shit. Should have set a stop to get stopped out. Guess I'm gonna have to toe ring this 75p into close. Better fucking hope this keeps dropping if you're gonna do that. So I should leave the world behind this weekend. It's such a great setup, and the movie became awful. That is so much worse than just a bad movie. Because they had something good and they threw it away. That's how I feel about DRS. Holy shit, Vix is back at 13. Gherk wants the 47.72. Well, just out of pride now that I didn't get the fill on my put. Because people said I was crazy for calling 47.72 close when we were brushing brushing against the Santa rally and the all-time high at 47.85. They thought all the bears were dead. Only to find out that there weren't actually any bulls either. The bulls just fucked up. One of them took profits too early. Pulled down the whole Jenga tower. I'm sure he's gonna get a reaming at the next luncheon. It was Kenny. And then I called the 47.7250 close. We were talking about 70p and 75c before that. When we were talking about what would be the best play into close. It was the 75p. I didn't ever mention anything about a 75c. That was garbage. Why would I want one of those? I've been saying 47.7250 close since like noon. I don't know, this is another one of those days where we closed exactly where we opened, and that's how you get rid of realized volatility. Gork, my 47.70p's, relax, they're probably not going in the money. We were saying someone's 70p. Oh yeah, that was Cobra's 70p, and that other guy's 75c. I can't believe they packed the entire head and shoulders into the last hour of trading. But I want out. Well, you've got 2 minutes. Kirk, thanks for chastising my 47.90Cs so that I made it back with 47.75Ps. Alright, nice. They stopped me out. 35 cents to 195. 400% gains. Terrible. Are you gonna be okay? Thanks for making my trading addiction more fun. Happy to help. From a timing perspective, does it make sense right now in a beyond synth line position by first selling puts, then the next week or two start buying calls? It could, yeah. As long as those puts are unlikely to be assigned. You do not want to get well, I'd imagine you don't want to get assigned on them. What do you think, Dork? End of day. Take half my profits on top or hold till tomorrow? Looks like it's gonna close above 250, which is kind of fun. Fucking take the goddamn money, you fucking fuck. There, happy? I sold 10 of them at 100%. I'm buying back tomorrow, though. Can't fucking stop me. Because now TUP will gap 200% overnight. It's perfect for my $2 synthetic longs. I'd buy 1 million shares of Tupperware with margin. And after hours. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that. Ding ding, the day is done. And we closed $2 off of my target because I am a scrub. Let's take a look at stuff and see how it's shaken out. You know, Tupperware looking like it's going for a squeezy. They are trying to stuff it a little bit, which you see here at the end of the day. You see how they're trying to prevent the tips from joining each other in holy matrimony? That might not last. If it does, though, expect them to short it even more. If it doesn't, this thing's gonna rocket. Let's see what else. GME still kind of looks like a wet bag of shit that no one even wants to bother shorting. Upstart still chopping at Gamma Max. Fubo down a little bit today. A little extra shorting on Fubo, but not enough to really impact the price. So just stable. Beyond down 1.5% on the day. It's not really a big change. They've actually shorted this a shitload, and they're getting very close to maxing out the liquidity again, and they haven't done much damage to the price, right? And so, you know, if you're looking at this over the longer term, if they're unable to short back below here, where the majority of their shorts are positioned, they're kind of in trouble, especially going into Jan, right? So my expectation is they're going to try to short as close to this resistance as they can, and try to bail out some of this higher volume put or short interest down here below 7. If they're unsuccessful in doing that, then forced covering over time is going to keep driving price up. They're going to lose that foothold because they don't have very much of it left, right? Not a lot of range left. And then that'll begin to drive price back to the upside, which should pull, you know, the delta neutrals back in and start to flip the market maker long again. So keep an eye on that. Neo had a nice day, up 10%. Still targeting like 980 to 1230. I think maybe on the technical side it's getting close to something. Maybe like the 200 MA. Just give me a moving average. That works. Okay, so cross the 200 moving average today. That's pretty bullish. It's the first time it's crossed the 200 since September of 2022. Besides that squeezy thing. First time it's crossed it on lower volume. Yeah, that might be a good setup. I don't know how high it can run. Right now, Gamma Max is at 12, but if there's a lot of call interest coming in due to the recent investment, it may just keep going. I hope. I got some theta on it, so I'm not super worried. Oh, sorry. And SPX kind of flat on the day, actually. And this is kind of what I was thinking, is that we're gonna stay pretty flat and just keep pushing up against the top of that hedge while they short vol until it breaks again and we get a repeat of last week. I don't know how many more days they can do that. It could be tomorrow. It could be Thursday. It could be Friday, right? But eventually they're gonna oversell vol again and bury themselves. It's just part of the situation that they're in. Too high for too long. And we could kind of see that here with the rejection we got earlier today. Maybe we see ES pull back a little bit overnight towards the 4820 level. I would say another test of that isn't necessarily bearish, but a breakdown from there could be. Broad commodities up a little bit today. This has really been showing some improved performance, and I'm sure those of you holding like HBM or BTU have been enjoying the last couple of weeks of price improvement in broad commodities. We also have oil up about 2% today, back to 75 a barrel. I think the conflict issues in the Red Sea and possibly more cuts coming from Russia this week are all kind of shifting the view on oil right now, and we may start to see that continue to climb higher. Yields and dollar down, boring. Core 1 month and 3 month almost fully reversed today. Core 1 month got fucking slammed today. 3 month just down a little bit. I don't think we see 3 month vol dropping nearly as much as we did with spot. But still down a little. No real change with the carry trade. I would say, if anything, they're leaning on it a little more heavily over the last 2 days. But not really leaning into it, right? So there's still concern that there'll be rate cuts sooner rather than later. If those fears are allayed, I would expect the carry trade to get leaned on much, much harder. And remember, if they do that, that's going to mean dollar up and yields up, which is going to put a higher demand on vol. So vol up, dollar up, yields up. So watch this very carefully, especially if we start to break back above that like 675% level. And there's some indication that they're really leaning back into it. Skews kind of moderated back down again. That's not very interesting. And we are seeing short vol. Well, if they keep this up, we're going to exceed what we saw in the period prior to Volmageddon. We're pretty close to that, which is frightening. Anyway, that could mean that we're a week or two from a substantial volatility event, and then that could then breed an even bigger volatility event a couple months after that. Possible to sell a SCX high for the week today. Based on the positioning, I would say no. I would say there's still a chance that we see 4790 or even 4800 this week. I don't know if we're going to see the all-time high. I don't know if we're going to see 4818. I think we're still pretty far from that, but I do think we could see 90 or 4800 still. We didn't close lower today, right? I mean, we're still up at 40 basis points. And that's going to depend on how far they can push it without it collapsing, right? And we're going to keep running into that same problem on the upside, where in order to generate further upside liquidity, they're forced to sell puts, and then that pushes the market maker long on the puts, and that kind of rug pulls the whole position. And so we just keep kind of seeing bulls ram themselves into that same situation over and over again, and they don't appear to be learning any lessons from it. $300,000 VIX 20 Feb calls. Interesting. I like it. Speculative position, but fun nonetheless. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody had a great holidays. And I'll have Pickles Picks out tonight. Later, everyone.